Chess Invitational in Portugal, where we have Sadistic Tushy and Pietro Checkmate going to do battle to see if they can win their round 3 games. Now, let's see. I hope that I did this correctly, and that we are, in fact, going to be live momentarily if we aren't already. Looks like we are. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. This is wild. But shout out to everybody. Feel free to hop on in here. Let me make sure I have my audio on. Yes, we do. Okay, perfect. This is great. I'm so excited. So, for a little recap for anybody out there, if you don't already know, Sadistic Tushy won his first 2 games, and he did play the Bong Cloud in both of his games. So, very impressive from him so far. Pietro won the first and lost the second. But tough battle. He's going to bounce back. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in. Let's do it, everybody. So yeah, my name is Viper, or ViperKing. And let's go, man. I'm super excited for this. This is going to be fun. This is going to be so much fun. I am rooting for the boys today to come through, to get the W's. I believe in them. You can see Sadistic Tushy right about at the board. Pietro is nowhere to be seen yet, but that will hopefully change soon. Hello, everybody. So, Tushar, he is playing against Tomas Almeida, 1839 from Portugal. And then we have Pietro, who I currently have in the lower screen, but let me make sure I tried to make this as intuitive as possible. So when we switch cameras here, there we go, we can see Pietro's opponent is Anna Young from Norway, rated 1611. And there she is, Anna, excuse me. And Pietro's, I'm assuming, asking her if it's all right for her to be recorded. And it looks like they're about to get underway. Let's go. All right, everybody. Welcome, everybody. So I do apologize. I will do my best to read chat, although I will be bouncing between both Pietro's and Tushar's streams. So we shall see. It might be a little bit difficult for me to respond to all of your messages, but hopefully we will be able to. Okay, let's do it, everybody. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I am so interested to see if Tushar will play another Bong Cloud. That would be absolutely diabolical. But he's not at the board yet. There's like no way Tushar plays another Bong Cloud, right? There's literally no way. I would be so shocked if he does. But I mean, it's worked so far. Hello, Phoenix. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. All right, everybody. This will be fun. Hello, David. Saying Elo. What's up? What's up? All right. Looks like the game with Pietro has started. It appears that the DGT board is perhaps a little bit slow. But it looks like it's hard to tell. I think she's played in English. It looks like she's playing a King's English. She has played. Actually, excuse me. It looks like she's played C4. Pietro's played Knight F6, and we have G3 on the board. Hopefully these boards will update. Let me refresh and make sure that we're up to date here. Yeah, seemingly, apparently not quite yet. And Tushar, looks like Tushar's game has not started yet, but hopefully it will soon. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, Bong Cloud. Will we see another Bong Cloud? That would be insane. But thank you, Phoenix. I like your series of Drawbacks Chess. Thank you so much. Yeah. Shout out to both Pietro and Tushar, who have both appeared on my series of Drawback Chess. A lot of fun. And they're also appearing in a new collab that I have, where I'm going to be collabing with 24 YouTubers. And they are part of that collab. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, let's go, everybody. Let's go. So, Pietro, has he made his second move? I actually missed if Pietro played his second move. Unfortunately, I do apologize that the DGT boards are not updating yet, but hopefully that will resolve itself quite soon. Can anyone explain this game? Well, that's like my job, man. That's like my entire job today, is to explain this game for you guys. Okay? All right, you watch your mouth. This is not an SHIT game, okay? Let me tell you something. So what's my elo? My elo is, I'm rated 2200 on chess.com. And I'm rated, granted, I've only played one FIDE tournament in my life, but I'm rated 1700 after that FIDE tournament. Okay. Looks like we have an exchange. Man, why is the board not updating, man? Come on. I want to see the DGT board update. Not to be. Not to be, unfortunately. So Pietro's opponent is rated 1611. Unfortunately, I apologize. It's hard to tell which moves have been played. But I know at least we started, I believe, with this. And there's been an exchange. I'm wondering maybe it was D5 and then takes. I think that might be it. And then, what, did he take back? What did Pietro play? Did he take back with knight? What, he played G6 at some point? I can't tell. I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Well, we are at the whim of the DGT board, so there's not much that I can do, unfortunately, until that updates. And looks like Tushar is nowhere to be seen yet. Looks like his game has not started. Yes, this is the way. So yeah, why not Sarah? I love her. Well, Sarah was the commentator for the first round. I do apologize. I am not Sarah Chess. Sarah Chess is wonderful. But I am the commentator for round 3, so you'll have to put up with me. I hope that I can at least provide a suitable job, especially once the board's update of commentating what's happening here. So yeah, how do you get the moves on the board? So there is a website on chess.com under the events for 2026 Maia International Chess Festival. If you'd like to pull it up for the under 2000 section, you can find Pietro and Tushar's games there if you want to watch it for yourself live. Although I must admit, like I have mentioned before, it's not quite updated yet, but that is all right. I'm wondering what's happened with Tushar's game. I'm not sure if the clock's running and if the opponent just has not showed up yet, or if there's something else at play here. Hello, Muzamilodan and Nan2262. Hello, welcome. I do apologize if you are watching this stream on Twitch. I do not have either of the Twitch chats open, so come on over to YouTube if you want to go and actually check out, or want me to actually read your chat. I apologize if you are on Twitch. But yeah, when do you restart a Road to NM, Viper? Well, unfortunately, I didn't get the views. I would love to go to a tournament. If one day I can meet Pietro and Tushar in real life and play in a tournament of this caliber, right, in Portugal or wherever else it may be, that would be absolutely awesome. I'd love to do that. But admittedly, I have other priorities at the moment. So playing chess tournaments is not up there. But maybe one day. Maybe one day. If I could go full time on YouTube, that would be so much fun to do. Okay. Looks like Anna has played a move. Again, very difficult to tell. Let me try refreshing the DGT board one more time. Nope, no luck there, unfortunately. So we will have to wait. Yeah, Tushi's my favorite chess YouTuber. Hey, there you go. Well, wish him luck today. Hopefully he wins. Can I beat Pietro and Tushi? I have played Pietro online before, and I have beaten him. I think I've only played him once, and I beat him that one time. There is a video on his channel about it. Tushar, I've never played a proper full chess game against, but he is much better than I, so he would definitely beat me. I progressed 600 ELO in 90 days. Is that good? That is fantastic. Yeah, keep it going. I wish I could do that. Yeah, keep it going, absolutely. Oh, you just watched my video where you played, where I played drawback chess with Tushar. Well, shout out Average Lizard. Thank you. Thank you for watching it. Appreciate it. Okay. Again, Pietro's making more moves. I do apologize that I cannot tell exactly what's going on here. I could try to enhance. Boom, enhance. See what we got here. And Luke Skywalker, you just beat a woman's grandmaster. Well, congratulations. That is very impressive. So what is happening? I do apologize that unfortunately the boards have not been updating yet, so I cannot tell what exactly is going on in Pietro's game. But how long have I been playing chess? I've been playing chess since about 2018, so I guess 8 years now, which is kind of crazy that that's been 8 years. Let's see. I believe in Pietro. Pietro shall win. Once I can finally see what the moves are. Come on. Where is Tushar? That's not Tushar. Who is this kid? Oh, is that his opponent? No way. No way that's his opponent. Are you kidding me? What? Real? That's oh my gosh, dude. Tushar is playing against a little kid. Oh, and he started. He's played what, E4? Wow. Oh my gosh, dude. He is so young. Wow, that is impressive. I am impressed. He has played E4 on the board as Tushar's opponent. Tushar is nowhere to be found, but E4 is on the board. Wow. I'm kind of shocked. So the question remains to be seen. Will Tushar play a Bon Cloud? In round 1 with the black pieces, he played pawn to f6 and king to f7. We shall see if he has the cojones to do it again and the audacity to win for a 3rd time in a row with the Bon Cloud. That would be shocking. That would be insane. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, so the board's updating like 15 minutes, I think, or they took 15 minutes to update yesterday, so just keep that in mind if they don't update soon. Thank you very much for that very valuable information, Yuki. I have never commentated for anyone ever before, and never actually really looked at the DGT boards during a tournament, so that is very helpful information. Thank you very much. Okay, and there's Tushar. Okay, Tushar has arrived, and we shall see. There's the handshake, and the game is underway. Wow, dude. Yeah, Tushi thinks he's Maggie showing up late. He does. He thinks he's Magnus. Now, does he think he's Magnus enough to play a Bon Cloud? Oh. Is he thinking about it? He's got to be thinking about it. Come on, Tushar. I must say that Tushar is a man of his word. I saw his community post. He is! He's playing it! He's playing it! He's playing F6! No shot. He's doing it. He's playing another Bon Cloud for the 3rd consecutive round in a row. Tushar, the man, the myth, the legend, is playing another Bon Cloud. There is no way that he gets away with it for the 3rd consecutive round. He's scored 2 out of 2. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Honestly, the Bon Cloud, it creates such a level of psychological damage because honestly, you know you're winning. You genuinely, you know you're in a winning position and that you should be able to convert. But it's so difficult to find a tangible way in order to convert. Okay, let me switch over so we can see this board fully, and we shall wait until the boards fully actually update. Okay, let's see Tushar. Come on, play the Bon Cloud. Play the Bon Cloud. Let's see it. He's gonna get rolled by this 1800 kid. I don't believe it, dude. Oh, he's gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. He's done it. He's done it. He's done it, dude. Okay, so let's talk about this from White's perspective, right? If you're this little kid right now, and you see a Bon Cloud being played on the board, how do you actually go about punishing it? Because yes, it is bad. Let's see. Can I make the moves on the board? Oh, I can. Okay, perfect. I didn't realize I could do this. So the evaluation already balloons up to almost +2 for White. But it's so difficult tangibly to actually decipher what that means. Because obviously it means that you're up 2 pawns. But how do you actually go about that in this game? So it's not easy. Yes, the king is exposed. But if you try giving checks or anything like that, it's not really going to work very well immediately. Instead, what Tushar has done is he's basically giving his opponent a free extra tempi. He's giving his opponent extra moves in which he can use to develop his pieces and then to hopefully create an attack for him that he's able to actually capitalize in and make into, from a positional advantage, into like a materialistic advantage where he actually has more pieces on the board than his opponent, which should be a win, obviously. But it's hard to actually come up with a concrete plan to stop this. It's not, like, it's obviously bad, but it's not as bad if you're not Stockfish. If you can't physically materialize that 1.8 plus 1.8 advantage, it's so difficult to actually win. It's not easy at all. So here's the bishop. The bishop has come out, giving a check. And now I'm assuming we'll see e6. I mean, what else could you possibly play? I guess you could bring the king back, but that seems ridiculous. Beast q4 immediately and keep developing? Yeah, exactly, right? You just keep developing. You keep developing your pieces. And Tushar, what he's done is he's wasted moves. He's basically wasting Tempe. And he will have to waste maybe 3 more moves in order to keep his king safe. And in that time, White should be able to create or get enough development that you can create a tactical opportunity for yourself later. But again, it's way down the line. There's a lot of steps first that need to be done before you can get there. Looks like Pietro is playing a normal game though, for the time being. Hopefully they will update soon. Also, there's an FM in the U2000 section. Why is there an FM in the U2000 section? That is ridiculous, by the way. Yeah, what is the requirement for FM? It's 2300, right? That's kind of crazy if you are an FM and then you lose 300 elo. It's a little bit embarrassing, but I can't talk because that person is definitely still much better than me. I don't know. Will he lose against 1800 is a very good question. I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering if his opponent had seen his previous games and knew Tushar was going to play a Bomb Cloud and then proceeded. Oh, I apologize if Tushar played e6. And I'm wondering if his opponent was able to prepare. I mean, there's not much to prepare against the Bomb Cloud, but you could, I suppose, realistically speaking. Yeah, it's 2300. Yeah, dropped 300. That's ridiculous. That's some ridiculous stuff right there. That is brutal. Tough, but still much better than a chess player than I would ever be. So I can't really talk too much smack. Yeah, negative 300 elo is an FM. That is brutal. That is brutal. But like, I mean, you got the title, so honestly, I'd rest on my laurels and say, hey, I got the FM. I'm probably never gonna get to IM, but at least I got whatever the 3rd highest title in chess, just about. Tushy is playing the pink hoodie gambit this tournament. Has he worn the same hoodie every game? Oh man, it's gonna get smelly by the end of this. Pietro's leaving. Where's Pietro going? Pietro's got some drip on today. He's got the shoes. He's got drip. Again, that's not Bomb Cloud, but we prepped the Elephant Gambit. All right, what has he played? He played again the what? Knight f3. Completely normal. Actually, Stockfish doesn't like it so much. The advantage has gone down to plus 1.3. It actually liked d5, just striking right in the middle, in the center. Which I suppose that does make sense, right? I guess d5 immediately makes a lot of sense. Okay. We can't be talking since we're no FMs, but like still dropping 300 is wild. That is insane. It happens to the best of us, I suppose. All right. I think what Tushar is playing is called the Fried Fox. Is it? I guess that makes sense. I could see that being the name of it. I mean, it's not a true Bomb Cloud because yeah, a true Bomb Cloud would just be e5 and then king up to e7. But the premise of moving the king forward is still good. And obviously, yeah, if you were to expand with e5 and then move the king up to e7, then you're just, I mean, you're opening up the center even more. At least this creates some cover for the king that the king is somewhat able to hide behind. Oh, wow. This is insane. I am so shocked that he actually went for it again. Can anyone stop this man? Really? Can anyone stop him? All right. But again, welcome on in. If you're on Twitch, I do apologize if I will be doing my best to switch between both the YouTube streams and chat, but I will not be able to, unfortunately, on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, you want to talk in the chat, you want me to read what you're saying, come on over to YouTube. The best place to be. Oh yeah. So I think this is the opening Hikaru used to play in this Bomb Cloud series, so we might have learned theory from him. That is true. Yeah, what is this opening? I mean, yeah, the Fried Fox or the Bomb Cloud. So when do boards update again? I've been told that it would update in 15 minutes, and that was a little while back. So hopefully they will update soon. I'll give another refresh just for good measure. No, unfortunately, nothing yet. So again, just recap what we've seen so far. That isn't actually, I already made a mistake on move number 1. Excuse me, sorry. This is what we've seen so far. Check. Bishop here, knight here. Has Tushar made another move? I apologize. I might have missed if Tushar made another move. I think he did because now the kid's writing. What happened here? What happened? What was Tushar's move? I can't tell. Perhaps we'll have to wait. All right. Dude, I'm excited. This is gonna be fun. What is Pietro? Is Pietro drinking a white monster right now? Is that a white monster? What is Pietro drinking? That's gonna be a lot of caffeine. He's gonna be oh man. So like 15 minutes or so, that's how long it took yesterday. I'm pretty sure maybe lean closer into the 20-minute side though. Alright, well we got plenty of time here. We got plenty of time. I think that is what Pietro's drinking. He's gonna be all caffeinated up. He's gonna be all jazzed up. He's not gonna be able to make the moves on the board. So why did it take so long to update? It's whatever though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how we are in the year 2026 and have not figured out how to make it old. I think Tushar just played a move. Did anyone see what move Tushar just played? I do think I just missed it. I'm not sure. So difficult to tell. I think he moved something to the E7 square. Perhaps. I think it was 97. I don't think I see a knight. Oh, +2 now. I didn't really quite like that. A better move apparently would have just been to strike in the center immediately with d5, which I can definitely see some reasoning behind that, because d5 is quite strong. So I have a question. How do you get their live recording? Like, I saw you're watching this POV on YouTube. This is true. Tushar and Pietro independently sent me their live broadcasts. So yeah, I am watching their unlisted streams on YouTube. I don't think that they want me to share it with other people, so I don't think I will. But yeah, they just independently sent it on their second channels. Zoom the camera and tell what he moved. I'm pretty sure I don't see a knight on g8, so I'm pretty sure he played knight e7. I think I'm fairly confident about that. But again, Stockfish really likes d5 for his opponent here. So I suppose that makes sense, right? This king is obviously extremely weak on this diagonal. So try to strike open in the center. This knight does cover d5, but you still have 1, 2, 3 attackers versus just 2 defenders. And oh, he has played seemingly e5. Looks like that's a miss from his opponent for sure. Definitely a miss to play e5. Now, Tushar's best response is definitely not to take and expose the king, but instead to play either d6 or d5. So we'll see if Tushar is able to do it. But again, his opponent, I don't think he was super well prepared for this. He did not capitalize in the way in which you need to. Tushar might get away with it again, but he's not out of the water yet. He's still in a losing position. And of course, as per usual, when you play these moves starting off, you are incredibly behind in development. You've lost a lot of tempi, and you still need to take more time, right? You probably need what, one, 2, 3 moves, maybe 4 if you include moving the rook out to castle, while white just needs 1 move. So white is probably up, you'd imagine, about 3 tempi. He is definitely in the driver's seat if he can capitalize. But again, it's the psychological nature of the bomb cloud. You know you're in a better position, but how do you actually materialize that advantage into a win? It's not easy to do. You can see the kitty. Look at the kitty. He's gonna cry, maybe. I hope not, actually. That would be bad. Okay. This is the game. And again, I apologize for all of Pietro's fans who want to see his game. His game is unfortunately a little bit less exciting, and unfortunately, the board has not updated yet. Yeah, in most tournaments, the online board is pretty bad somehow. I don't know why it is, but unfortunately that is the case. So some of the boards not working, but I'm not sure why Tushars nor Pietros have loaded. Oh, I hear. What is that capturing sound I hear? I think I've heard some noises. Has it updated? It has! There we go. There's Pietro's game. Pietro's game has updated. Let's take a quick look at what happened. So we had an English. We had a King's English. This is about it. All that I saw. Okay, Pietro strikes in the center with d5. Basically, I think he's playing mainly his Grunfeld that he so often likes. But it's not quite a Grunfeld. It's an Anglo Grunfeld. Plays c6. Develops the bishop. Okay, so pretty simple in the opening. Nothing too crazy here. So likely we'll see castles from Pietro pretty soon. And then he'll proceed on with normal development. Very symmetrical type of position thus far for the most part. All right, Tushar's board has also updated. Okay, let's take a look at Tushar's board. Let me refresh here. It's very far behind. It is exceedingly far behind for Tushar. So this is not even close to where we were before. But we know what moves he played. He played f6. And we have these moves on the board. So let me just bring these back so we all remember. Now, I apologize. I'm not sure if I was distracted by Pietro's moves there that I accidentally missed what we saw here. But let's switch over to Pietro's board. And I hope that the way I've set up this stream is intuitive. I have added an overlay to the camera of the board who is over on the left there, the larger board. So you can see Pietro's camera is highlighted and his board is the one on the left. So I hope that that is clear enough for everyone. Okay. Rare board L? What the heck? What do you mean? So yeah, more moves came. More moves came for Pietro. Or for... Oh, I hear the noises. Not here, though. Unfortunately, not here. Yeah, well, we're still... This is still where we're currently at. Okay, so we have takes. I mean, obviously, C takes d5. I don't think he'd go for queen takes d5. It seems intuitive to me to walk into an x-ray. And although that there is really no tactics, the thought of even needing to calculate any tactics is completely unnecessary. And yes, Pietro captures back with the pawn. I think that's the completely sensible move. Of course. All right. So Tushar's in a losing position. Pietro's in a great position so far. He's seemingly pretty much equalized already with the black pieces, which is great. And we'll see if he's able to capitalize here. So you're streaming on both Tushi and Pietro channel? How? So there's this wonderful platform known as Restream, Restream.io specifically. And that allows you to stream on multiple channels at the same time. Now, of course, they have to consent to it. And both Tushar and Pietro did, maybe very foolishly. But who knows? I am a loose cannon. But I'm also streaming on Twitch as well. So there are 4 channels currently streaming this game. Let's go. And I could have also included my own channel if I had so inclined to do so, but I declined doing that. Okay. Let's see what's happening here today. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm excited for some fireworks. Come on, Pietro. Okay, there's d4 has updated on the board. So again, a very, very symmetrical position thus far. Pawn structure is symmetrical thus far. Perhaps white is a little bit ahead in development, but it's equal. It is basically dead equal right now. And I suppose with black's next move, black will equalize in development. So what would you ideally do here? Well, Stockfish says you could play a move like queen b6. You could target this central pawn and this pawn on b2 as to prevent the bishop from developing. So we'll see if he plays the absolute Stockfish best option. Or castling is also the second best move there. Or knight c6. Again, these moves might come out anyways. I suppose it doesn't particularly matter which order you play them in. But those are all very nice moves. And you'd likely delay the development of this bishop as to figure out where it is best suited. Maybe on f5. And there's knight c6. Very natural move. And actually a bit of an unintuitive move for white here. Says the best move would be bishop e3, over protecting this d4 pawn. I don't like that move. I personally wouldn't play that if I had the white pieces here. I would probably just castle. But we shall see what happens. Let's go, let's go, let's go, maybe. I'm excited, man. Okay. Yeah, then in middle game and end game, Tushi's accuracy will be 90%. After his accuracy plummets down to 42%. That sounds about right. All right, let's take a quick peek at Tushar's board and see if we have anything else on the board. Yeah, we do have... okay, the moves are updating now. Again, it's still a little bit delayed, but we are updating now. And again, just for anybody out there who didn't see, yes, Tushar played f6. Incredible stuff right there. And blocks a check with e6, and then we saw both knights come out. And e5 as well. Okay. Still a little bit behind. Let's go back to Pietro. Lot to think about here. Yeah, personally, I don't know how much there is to think about here. I must say I am not a very experienced classical chess player. I have only started playing competitive tournaments this year. But personally for me, I know you have an hour and 30 on the clock. I don't know what there is really to calculate though. I feel like I would probably kind of speed through. I feel like the natural developing moves are still left to be played. Personally, I don't think would waste too much time here. I'm not sure where Pietro's opponent has gone. But I guess any time advantage you can get, even though 2 minutes is not much in a long game of this nature. I think it's still worthwhile, and hopefully that will accumulate for Pietro. But we shall see. So what a pity. D5 instead of E5 practically wins on the spot for Tomas. Yeah, for on statistics, Tushi's board. Yeah, that's brutal that he missed that. E5 versus D5. D5, good to know. Good to know if he had prepared. You'd like to think that he probably would have seen that. But it seems like, yeah, maybe he did not prepare. Yeah, I don't know. Tushar played the Bond Club twice before. You gotta think that he's gonna play it a third time. The audacity of this man. It's preposterous. So where is Goofy Chess? Well, Goofy Chess, okay, he has played a move. I'll switch boards now to the other side here. He has played a move. Excuse me, let me switch it over. Again, the board unfortunately has not updated fully for Pietro. Or excuse me, for Tushar, it has updated fully for Pietro. Okay, knight f3. Yep, that is a move that has been played. The board is still behind by a couple moves. It looks like Tushar played d6, which is the second best move. Would have been better to play d5, but he's got great coverage over his pieces. It's kind of like a brick wall. It's hard to break through here. And again, although Tushar is behind on development, you can't really attack this king. You're just gonna, he's wasted moves moving this king. He's gonna waste more moves to move it to safety. And in that time, white needs to find a way in order to create a tactical opportunity, to create a materialistic advantage. And we'll see if he's able to do that. He's already made one slight inaccuracy or a slight miss with e5. Should have gone for d5 and tried to rip open this diagonal towards the king as to gain more time or more wasted time that Tushar would probably have to spend keeping his king safe. Yeah, the Warrior XD says Elo. Tushar's calculated Elo is at 2164. Yeah. That's definitely it right now. For sure. All right. Bit of a lull right now. Still both players in the opening phase. Not much exactly now to analyze, but we shall see moving forward. What is the kitty thinking? Man, I'm shocked. Like, honestly, I am so shocked to see all these kids playing chess at such a high level. Like this kid, Tomas, is better than me, man. 1839. And he looks like, I don't want to assume, but he looks like he's 8 years old. Genuinely unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Scholar? How you doing? So what's my level? I am... Well, what's my elo? I've only played in one FIDE tournament in my life, but I am rated 1730 or so. Yeah, kid's gonna cry at home. So that is my elo. And online on chess.com, I'm 2200. But still, just to see like a little kid like this, like when I was 8, like, dude, I was horrible. Like I couldn't think at all. I was so stupid. Man, I don't know how these kids do it. I don't know. So impressive. But also intimidating. But Tushar is not intimidated. He has no fear, clearly. All right, everybody. Well, Tushar has built up a bit of a time advantage here. But I'm good. How are you, Viper? I'm doing pretty well. This is fun. I've never commentated for chess before. Gonna do my absolute best. Should be fun. It looks like Pietro's opponent has returned to the board. I believe it is still her move. Pietro is actually, well, both Pietro and Tushar have built up a little bit of a time advantage. Unfortunately, there's a man obstructing half of the view. Okay, the board has updated. Now knight e7 from Tushar has updated. There's still 2 moves behind. We still are waiting for e5 and d6 to appear, but both have done it. Oh, how much are you being paid for this gig? I am not being paid at all for this. Okay, now he's fully, this man is fully blocking the camera. I wonder if Tushar will say anything, or if he's just gonna, if he's just locked in. I don't know. I mean, what would you even say? He's eventually going to move. Oh, he's played a move. The kitty has played a move. I cannot tell what that move was. Oh, it was pawn takes. E takes F. Okay. E takes F. I mean, pretty much only one move to consider here. And of course, Tushar plays it immediately. G takes F. So that's not a bad idea. And again, white is in a better position here. But Tushar, he's got an open G file. I wonder if you can exploit that. Or, but I mean, realistically for white, I imagine that you probably aren't going to castle into this because that just creates too much counterplay. I think what you should do, again, continue to develop pieces. Got to do it. Absolutely got to do that. I feel like his opponent has misplayed. His opponent is still better, right? White is definitely still better here, obviously, but he's definitely misplayed it. He could have had a substantial advantage because Tushar has not defended in the most accurate way either. But so be it. Everyone's human. And e5 has come on the board and is finally updated. And yeah, of course, we can see that this is in fact a miss. And again, the better move would have been d5, trying to break open this diagonal. And this would have been quite lethal here, actually. It would have been really, really nice. But nonetheless, Tushar gets away with it. And this is our current position. All right, there we go. So did Tushi approve of an hour in Japbox at the end? No, Scholar, no. Unfortunately not, but I am close to that 1/3 of a million subs stream that I'll be doing on my channel. So just wait for that, Scholar. That'll happen soon, hopefully, within a week. Oh, Demon, you're saying hello to Tushar. I watch your video every day. I like your gameplay. Well, Tushar unfortunately cannot hear your comments, but I'm definitely sure he appreciates it. Love from Nepal. Well, shout out. Shout out all the way from Nepal. All right, everybody. Let me actually let me switch over to Pietro's chat. Make sure I'm not missing too much on over there. Oh man. Okay, there we go. So your commentating is pretty good so far. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, he did move from blocking the camera, which is very nice. Okay, both Pietro and Tushar are away from the board. I don't know. Let me tell you. I want to hear some of your opinions on this. Personally, for me, when I'm playing a chess game, and again, I've only played a few tournaments, but personally for me, I don't get up from the board when I play. I don't know if that's just me or if there's other people who have a similar sentiment, but personally, whenever I'm playing, I like to just be at the board the entire time. I don't want to leave and have my clock ticking. If I have to go to the bathroom like really badly, then sure, I'll do that. But I just like to be there and continually think about the position. I don't like to leave. And I don't know why so many people leave the board when they play. Again, maybe I'm just crazy, but I would prefer to be there the whole time. I would love to hear what you guys who have also played chess tournaments, what you think, because I don't know why do you get up from the board? Is it just as a mental restart? Not sure. Is he a 10-year-old king? 8-year-old king? Oh, ViperKing, the analysis is looking not so brilliant. Is this the way? Wow. Wow. This is the way. This is the way. Actually, can you see it? This is the way up there. I don't know if you can see it. It's probably too tiny. But it's the Kung Fu Panda. Blunder Panda, this is the way. That's what Tushar wanted me to put up on his wall. I think Pietro and Tushi are going to meet each other. They're meeting each other when they both get up. Oh, they're both back in the board. They both just got together, just hit a quick dap, and then got back. Maybe. Can I bring the mice closer? I can. I can bring it up a little bit. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, because I feel like it was already pretty close. But I will take it that it was not sarcastic and that I perhaps had it a little bit too low, so you couldn't quite hear me perfectly. So I brought it up a little bit. Hopefully that's good. And hopefully I wasn't too loud, because that could have also been a possibility. But I think you were genuine with that. Okay, hopefully the boards will update fully soon. Tushar's board is still a couple moves behind. Oh, and what is that move from the kid? He plays knight h4. What is the idea here? Oh, I suppose it's opening up the diagonal for the queen. And if you block with the knight takes, pawn takes, and the rook will fall in the corner. Okay, there is reasoning for that move, absolutely. So let me, again, just go through this line, right? So if you were to play any random move, like queen h5, you block with the knight, then of course you lose the rook in the corner. That would be obviously extremely bad. So how exactly do you go about this now? Well, it says you should play. Let's see. Let's wait for Stockfish to consider the moves here. Well, it says there's a couple of good options. One of them is d5. That's the leading one. Just like target the bishop. And what happens if you bring the queen? Well, king g8. You just tuck the king on g8, and this king is safe. I really would feel uncomfortable here in this position. I really would not play this into this if I were him. Yeah, I don't like that at all, man. So I think DGT is delayed by 15 minutes from actual position. That's brutal. I thought that it was delayed at the beginning, but then eventually it'd catch up. That is actually brutal if it is perpetually delayed by 15 minutes throughout the entirety of the game. That would be really, really brutal. I don't think we've seen any more moves on Pietro's board yet. I could have missed something. Oh, I did. No, she castled. She definitely castled here. Yeah, I did miss a move. I think actually I think they both castled and I missed it. Let me go back to Pietro's board for just a moment. Oh, it is updated. Oh, there we go. Good to know. Okay. And then she played a3. I missed that as well. Well, Pietro's board is up. All right, there we go. I see bishop g7. Wait, did Tushar play bishop g7? So he didn't play d5. Bishop g7. So I suppose that makes sense. Creating cover. So now with the queen check, you just bring your king over to g8. That I feel much better about if the king is covered. But again, I'm nervous. I don't know if this diagonal can open up. This pawn on e6 could be quite weak, especially when the king moves. The kid is in the gutters now. He's thinking, man. He's thinking. But yeah, lengua tacos. Do I live in the USA? I do live in the USA. I do live in the city of brotherly love. otherwise known as Philadelphia. Yeah, it's kind of wild. I'm in Philadelphia commentating for a game in Portugal, and Pietro's originally from Switzerland, lives just outside London, and then Tushar was all the way in Hong Kong, right? My goodness, crazy. Just as truly a worldwide game. So Tushar, he seems pretty calm and collected right now. The kid he looks frustrated, and I think again that's same issue with the Bond Cloud. It's so frustrating to play against because you know you're better, you just know it, but how do you actually win? How do you do it? So why 2 games? Well, we have 2 games up because we have Tushar and Pietro both playing simultaneously in the same tournament. Is there any chance that Tushar and Pietro play against each other? Because that would be crazy. That would be fun. Pietro's opponent is leaving the board again. Yeah, I would never leave the board that many times, man. I would never do that. And Pietro's thinking here. Looks like he has. Yeah, what do you do here? Do you play Queen B6? Do you develop your bishop to F5? Maybe you develop it to G4 if you feel so inclined, but I feel like that runs straight into other moves, maybe like knight E4. Oh, looks like the kitty's leaving as well. My goodness, dude. Tushy is cool. Tushy is so cool. Look at him go, man. Look at him thinking. All right. Apologies, I'll switch chats again here. So bishop G7, knight G6 seems more human moves. Yeah, definitely, for sure. But yeah, you do have to... Actually, no, it works now, right? Because queen check. If you were to do a queen check, you can block with knight G6 because takes and takes. Of course, the queen defends the rook now. So it does make a lot of sense to bring the bishop up in order to disconnect and to basically make queen h5. It's still a viable move, but it definitely has a lot less potency now that you have gone ahead and connected the queen to the rook. So I think I don't like the way in which white has tried to punish the Bond Cloud. I really don't like it. It's just, yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely, Abdallah. That is exactly what I was thinking. The kid attacked early. He should have just developed more pieces. Exactly. That is 100% correct. I agree 100%. That's the issue, and that's the thing about the Bond Cloud is that when you play it, you're just tempted. Okay, the king. The first thing you think of is, okay, the king is unsafe. I should be able to attack it and realistically create a tactical opportunity for myself now. But the problem with that is that this king is actually quite safe on f7. It doesn't feel like it should be, but it is. And the main issue with the Bond Cloud is not necessarily that the king is unsafe, but the main issue is that you're wasting moves to make your king as safe as possible. So if you're eventually looking to castle your king, you're now, instead of spending one move to move the king and rook, you are spending up to like 1, 2, 3, 4 moves instead. So in those extra 3 moves that you have, instead of going for an attack, you should develop your pieces in order to create an attack later on in the game. And that is the main issue with white and how white has played this. So good for Tushy. Definitely good for Tushy. Not good from the kitty. Not good from the kitty at all. So I did not watch the full game of Tushar in round 1 and round 2. I do know that he played a Bond Cloud in both rounds, and I'm wondering, and I'd like to see if he was actually able to, if his opponents also similarly were unable to punish his Bond Cloud in the same exact way, or if they made some other mistake later in the game. Because I'm wondering if this is just a trend. People want to attack immediately because they think that they're going to be able to have an advantage immediately. Because obviously, right, it's the bond cloud. Let me just attack. It just doesn't work. You gotta be patient. You really do. It's so annoying. So annoying psychologically. So we'll see what he does here. Actually, is it Tushar's move? Has he played Bishop G7 yet? Somebody said in chat that he played Bishop G7. I actually don't see Bishop G7 on the board, do I? I don't think he has played Bishop G7. Now I'm looking at it again. I don't think he has. I think he should. Or D5. Both are reasonable. Another move is actually knight B to C6 is also apparently good according to Stockfish. But yeah, I don't know. I just wouldn't. I personally, as a human, wouldn't be scared of this queen h5 check, and I would like to tuck away my king into the corner with some cover from the bishop. So yeah, they were unable to punish it, and he won both games. So they first developed a piece, made mistakes. Okay, good to know. Very good to know. Yeah, we need Tushy versus Hikaru. Absolutely. Now I think Hikaru will win, but that would be absolute content. I did watch Tushar's game against Levy, and he played pretty well against Levy Rosman or against Gotham Chess. So shout out. Shout out to Tushy. What a legend. But we'll see. We'll see what he goes for here. I think it's still his move. I'm fairly certain that it is. So what's your level? Queen h5. It's almost fried. You cannot play knight g6. You lose with d5. d5, according to Stockfish, is the best move in this position. And if you play queen h5, then you just play king g8. You don't play knight g6. You don't need to cover immediately. If you go for something like this, you can always just cover with bishop g7. Everything's defended here, and then eventually you'll have to move the bishop out of the way. So the king does not need cover, according to the engine. Right? You can just hide on g8 and then cover later with bishop g7. But personally, as a human, I feel like it's much more natural to want to bring your knight to g6 to cover, and bring your bishop to g7 as well. But yeah, obviously, if you were to play this immediately, right? If you were to waste a move, if you were to do this immediately, then of course you lose the rook. So you can't do that. But if you're able to just hide away, then eventually later you can cover with your pieces. You said bishop g7. Well, bishop g7, you can play bishop g7 now. I thought that he had played bishop g7, but he did not. He might still, but he has not played it yet. You say queen h5, knight g6, d5. Okay. I apologize if I said it in the wrong order. But in this position, it would be d5 is the best move. Before committing your bishop to g7, before the queen check comes in, now d5 is viable. Queen here, and then king would go back. That would be the way to keep your king safe enough. Not super safe, but safe enough. Obviously, it's an open file. It's not the best spot for the king to be, but hence is the Von Cloud. Okay, this is the current position. So let me just stay here and let me remove the previous moves that I had, if I can. I might not be able to. I cannot. Okay, well, I guess we'll just stick with this for now. Or I suppose I'll actually, let me refresh. Let's see where the board is. Yeah, Tushar so far with a 67.1% accuracy. No surprise there. Knight h4 is the only other move that's been played that has not been updated yet. Oh wait, there it is. Okay, Tushar has played bishop g7. It is on the board. There we have it. The kid comes back, he writes down the move. Bishop g7. Very nice, very nice. Let's take a quick look at Pietro's game. Pietro has played queen b6. He has played queen b6, obviously restricting the development of the bishop. Let's take a quick look. I'll switch over to Pietro's board, make him at the center, and there we are. So queen b6 has been played by Pietro, and again, he has equalized with the black pieces, so Pietro is in a much better position than Tushar at the moment, but no surprise there. So again, the main idea of queen b6 is to target this b2 pawn. And it's a bit annoying because white cannot move the bishop without dropping this pawn. And if you were to counterattack with the rook, you cannot pick up that b pawn. Oftentimes when you pick up a b pawn, the rook is able to slide on over, and in the move that you have to waste moving the queen out of the way, then you can pick up the b pawn. But of course that's not possible here. And of course the other idea is just to attack this pawn 3 times. This pawn is currently attacked by the bishop, by the knight, and by the queen, while only being defended twice. So white would have to add another defender, and it can't be the bishop, right? You can't play bishop e3 here without dropping this pawn. Instead, you likely have to play e3, or actually Stockfish says you could realistically even play a4, which is a little bit surprising to me. Why can you play this move here? Oh, I see, because the bishop is exposed and you drop this pawn at the end of the line. That makes sense. Okay, so I suppose tactically speaking right now, you do not necessarily have to defend, but you probably should. I think it's the more human thing to do to just play like e3. But Pietro playing perfectly so far. 98.2 accuracy. So what about that e4 pawn in Pietro's game? What about e4? You like playing e4? Is that what you mean? Because this, I don't think works at all. You remove the defender of the knight. Knight has to go somewhere. Knight g5 maybe? And then you just pick up this pawn. I think you're cleaning up a pawn for black. Is that what you mean? I don't think that works at all. I do apologize for continuing refreshing the board, but I'm just trying to remove my analysis moves. Let's see. Can we see if she played e3? It's hard to tell. It looks like Pietro's actually played a5 now that I'm looking at his board. It looks like he's played a5. I believe both games are unfortunately delayed, but so be it. If the king had been a knight, we would have won. Tushi 2023. What an absolutely incredible quote that is. I'm not sure what context that would apply, but you know what? You're right. So you meant e5. Oh, e5. Okay, so if for instance, if she plays e3, then you're suggesting e5. I suppose that's viable. It's not Stockfish's best recommendation, because I suppose after the take, if you take back, this pawn is still undefended, it's weak. I don't know. Stockfish says that there are better ways to go about this. You could first develop the bishop and then bring your rook to the center of the board. Actually, it's saying maybe bring your rook to the center of the board immediately, just to add some coverage to this pawn. I suppose that would be the real reason why e5 doesn't work. Before playing e5, you should prepare it by defending the d pawn. I suppose that's the most concrete way. Looks like we have some moves on Tushar's board, so let's switch back here for the time being. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so after bishop g7, it appears that his opponent has played queen h5. And it looks like we do have knight g6 on the board. So, again, white is still winning, but the tactic of knight takes is no longer works. And actually, knight takes would be a significant blunder. And actually, black would be winning. Tushar would be winning in this position, because now you've foregone all of your extra development that you've had is completely out the window. And black has more than equalized in this position. So you have to keep the pin active and instead try to bring more pieces into the attack. Stockfish is screaming for d5 to be played, but you could also try to bring in your other pieces into the game somehow, some way. Yeah, now d5 crush black. Yeah, d5. If he finds d5 here, that's his best option. And of course, I mean, you pretty much have to push, I believe. Yeah, it's +2. It's +2. It's not looking good. Of course, taking would be literally like resigning. Of course, you won't do that. But e5 seems like the most logical option. Then Stockfish would just say castle, try to go for f4 and break open the pawns in front of the king. But we'll see. We'll see if the kitty is smart enough and if he sees the way to fully punish it. Again, Tushar, he would have been perfectly fine if he had played in a slightly better way. I want the kid to play knight x g6. That would be fantastic. That would be unbelievable. Would an 1800 rated player evaluate that position as still winning for white? Would he misevaluate it instead of accumulating pressure? Because that's the problem here. If you forego and relinquish the pressure of this pin, then your attack fizzles out. You have to accumulate pressure. You have to bring in your other pieces. You have to find some way to keep the pressure on and then capitalize. He played a little bit too quickly in the beginning. He should have brought more pieces in. Tushar did not defend as well as he could have, and the kid has an opportunity here. Tomas needs to find it. He's got to find it here, man. So d5, e5, knight c3, and goes bishop d3, and f5 is a very weak square. Yeah, exactly, right? So d5, e5. You say knight c3. And what, bishop d3. Yeah, bishop d3 coming in. Putting a lot of pressure on this g6 knight. Yeah, this would be completely winning. For Tushar, his best move apparently would actually be queen e7. Oh, king e7, excuse me. Stepping out of the way of this pin. And actually just straight up dropping a pawn. That's what Stockfish says to do. And then bring the queen over. That is, Stockfish would actually recommend sacrificing a pawn because this pin is so powerful. Your best way to get counterplay would be having the open H and G files. But that is difficult to see. And then of course, right after this, Stockfish says, okay, well now let's chug the H pawn. You have a passed pawn. Let's chug it down the board. It's difficult though. That's tricky. I don't think he would play that. That doesn't feel very human to me, to give up a pawn like that, without like just creating a passed pawn. That seems so difficult to stop. So yeah, what about pawn to f5? Let's take a look at pawn to f5. Pawn to f5. Apparently, knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, queen f6. This doesn't look that bad, but Stockfish says that it's horrible. Queen h5 or h3, either one works. Why is this so bad? I suppose the idea would just be f4 is incoming, and the king just loses cover. Do you have enough time to protect? Well, if you try to bring in your pieces, oh, bishop g5, queen f5. Yeah, there's so much pressure. There's too much stuff open. I suppose the main issue with f5 is that, yeah, you need this pawn on f6 to keep the cover of your king. And if this file's open, then there's just g5 is a really important square to keep control over. Otherwise, the bishop can get there quite easily, and that much pressure is too much to withstand. And I think then the game becomes quite easy for white, and the moves become much more natural as to actually how to punish black. So I don't think he should play that. I don't think Tushar will, but he might. He might. We shall see. All right, so more moves came in. Let's take a look at Pietro. Okay, Pietro's game. E3 has been played on the board, which I think was the most natural move. I don't think there's any other possible idea here that made any sense. Now again, I know somebody suggested E5, but a better move would just be developing the bishop to, I think, the very natural F5 square. It can be targeted by the knight, but then you can just drop the bishop back and protect the pawn. Definitely don't want to give up the bishop for the knight. But yeah, the bishop on F5 would be quite a nice square for it. Although, I think Pietro has played A5. I think that that move has been played. And I believe the board is, yet again, delayed. So bishop, so of course, A5 is a pretty nice move. Preventing B4. Because of course, B4 would just lose the rook. And never mind, also hanging a pawn as well. But okay. Not looking too shabby for Pietro. I like Pietro's position a lot more. Okay. Again, this is still where the board for Tushar has been updated to. But we have seen, oh, excuse me, at least these moves thus far. Tushar's leaving now. It's still Tomas's move, and he's still got to decide how he actually wants to further this attack. If he sees d5, I really... It's not the most difficult move to see, but, oh man, I'm really nervous for Tushar if he plays d5 here. I really am. I don't know if he can get away with the Bon Cloud for the third time in a row. But I wonder if is he going to play the Bon Cloud this entire tournament? Or will Tushar realize, okay, this is just not my best option, and I really should start playing the Elephant Gambit instead. There we go, much better. I wonder what he will actually do here. But yeah, honestly though, Mr. Bombgeo, you're right. Can we get a detective to zoom on the two boards for us? I could zoom in. I do apologize that the boards are quite small from your perspective. I do have it a little bit more enlarged on my side of things, but I am very nervous that if I start trying to zoom in, that things will very unfortunately spiral. And I do apologize that I feel like my overlay, my setup, is hanging on the edge. It might tip over if I'm too careful and spiral into chaos. Meaning that I'll just screw up absolutely everything and spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to reset up the board to how it should be. A lot of words to say it, a whole lot of nothing, to be honest. So you just need to care about the current situation. Like, what is the weakness? What is your opponent's ideas? What plans can you do? Yeah, exactly. Even grandmasters can struggle in some positions. It's true. It is true. No. Shoot. Yeah, there we go. Is there f5? He doesn't play d5 to try and trade at least. So f5 here. Do you mean? Let's see. f5 here. Then Stockfish says d5 is still super duper strong. I think the premise of why d5 is so strong is because if black can play d5, then black is not entirely safe, but much more safe. f5, yeah, just d5. If you can get d5 on the board and then f5, Stockfish says that black is safe. And not only, you also create another attack here. I don't think this... Can you counterattack here? Does this work at all? Can you go for this? This seems ridiculous, but actually black is winning here. In fact, if you go for something that's kind of crazy like this, where you try to counterattack the knight, try to apply more pressure, yeah, it just doesn't work. Okay, bishop g7 now has been updated on the board, but of course, again, we've seen at least these two moves, so we're still a little bit further behind. It looks like Pietro's still thinking here. I believe it's Pietro's turn. I believe he's at least played a5, but it's hard to see exactly what else besides that he's played. So if d5, then not e5? Never mind, he just shut it down. What do you mean? If d5, then not e5? Oh, if you don't play e5? You don't have to. e5's not forced. You could play maybe queen e8. But then castles. Yeah, then castles, and then you keep the tension. Black never wants to take, and if you don't commit to pushing, then white just adds more pressure. And it's hard to really continue to develop your pieces here. And white's development, I think, becomes very, very natural and very easy. So it's tricky. Yeah, it's hard. d5 is just such a strong move. Oh, white has played a move. I don't think he played. What move did he play? Oh, he played castles. He castled. Okay, this is a crucial moment for Tushar. He has to see how strong d5 is for his opponent. His opponent has missed d5 time and time again. He needs to play d5. He needs it. He really, really needs it. Like, this is... It's still bad for him, even if he plays d5. But if his opponent finds d5, like, Tushar cannot keep giving his opponent opportunities to play d5. d5 is so crucial. Oh man, this is huge. Tushar's gotta play it. Come on. Come on. Find it, man. Yeah, Pietro is famous for being in a time trouble most of the time. I'm right there with him. I'm right there with him. I have also... I mean, I've never streamed into my games live, granted, but I have very much also found myself in time trouble. Right there, I can sympathize with that. Hello, Raven. Greetings from Indonesia. Well, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Yeah, just to recap for anybody who's watching, Tushar has played a Bong Cloud for the 3rd consecutive round in a row. He did win both of his first 2 games, and luckily for him, his opponent has not punished him in the best possible way. And Tushar really needs to find d5 here. If he finds it, he is safe for the time being. He does still lack in development, but it's playable. He needs to find it. I really hope he does. I really, really, truly hope that he does find d5. Whew. Yeah, castling kingside while the black king is in the open and the kingside is pretty bad, to be honest. I do agree with that. I do very much agree that he probably should have put his king, especially with his open G file. Obviously, he's still a long way away from being able to punish it. But in the future, having an open G file could be a liability. Again, this is like, I'm talking maybe on move like 30, this would be the case. Not now on move, what is this, move 9? So where's Pietro? So Pietro, he is, you can see him over on the right, and his board is right below my camera. We could switch over and take a look at Pietro's game a little bit more closely here. But the premise is that Pietro, he's played a5. I can't quite tell. It is quite difficult to tell if his opponent has played a different move. Pietro's thinking here. I'm pretty sure it's his turn, and I'm almost certain that he's played a5. I do apologize that the boards are delayed, but that seems to be the norm, and unfortunately, we'll have to do some more detective work to truly figure out what's happening here. I'm wondering what she played. I'm really trying to look at the board. It's so hard to tell. It's very, very difficult to tell. So who is Pietro's opponent? Pietro's opponent is Anna Young. And I keep saying Anna. Why do I keep saying Anna? There are 2 N's. Anna Young. Anna Young from Norway, who is rated 1611. So Pietro is higher rated. He is rated 1766. But he has the black pieces. So he's, again, equalized quite quickly here. He's playing a Neo Grunfeld, which I'm sure he feels comfortable with. And I'm wondering what exactly will happen here. But I think, yeah, the game will mostly be played on the queen side here, with these bishops staring down the board. It's going to come down to who can apply more pressure on the queen side, because the king side is going to be quite safe. It's going to be pretty much impossible to initiate any sort of attack on that side of the board. So if you can, set up your bishops, have them staring down the board, and apply enough pressure in order to try to pick up a pawn, this definitely feels like a game for Pietro where you apply enough pressure on the queen side, eventually you're able to pick up a pawn, and then you're able to get one of these passers down the board and promote it. That seems like that's probably how this game is going to go. But with a very symmetrical pawn structure, it also very much feels like it could be a draw. Neither player is able to apply enough pressure in order to pick up that pawn advantage. And then it just fizzles out into a draw, which I don't think would be a great result for Pietro. I'm sure, obviously, he wants to win it because he is higher rated. but he has the black pieces, so there's ebbs and flows to it. So what's the rating of his opponent? Yeah, Anna. Anna! Why do I keep saying Anna, dude? Anna Young. His opponent, Pietro's opponent, is rated 1611. And then for Tushar's opponent is rated 1800. Let's switch back. What is Tushar's opponent? 1839. And so both of the lads are playing against lower rated opponents. Looks like Pietro's come back to the board. Did Pietro play a move? Oh, I think he did play e5. Wait, did Pietro play e5? Hold on, let's go back. Oh man, I think Pietro's played e5. Well, okay, I do apologize. I have not quite seen what Anna's move was. Anna seemingly played a move. I can't quite tell what move it was. Wow, what move did she play? I have no idea. Was it b3? It might have been b3. Okay. It looks like Anna played b3. I think I found it. Anna played b3. And now Pietro has struck in the center with e5. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Because obviously, now that b3 has been played, I feel that this bishop's potency on this diagonal can truly be felt now. So yeah, doesn't e5 just hang his d-pawn? Well, let's take a look at this line. So if you were to take, knight takes back, knight takes, and bishop takes, now that the b3 pawn is moved, the bishop attacks the rook. And you would likely have to move your rook out of the way. It says rook a2. I suppose rook b1 would run straight into bishop f5. So rook a2 is better. And then in that time, you can play rook d8. And of course, you can't take because then... Oh, you can take. You can still take? Why can you still take and not just apply more pressure? I see, because you can play e4 and defend. Okay, well, I suppose it appears that you do drop your d-pawn, but the compensation that you have of the pressure, like this bishop will be pinned, and it actually recommends bishop h3. Wow, that's not a move that I was particularly considering. And then bishop c3? Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Wow, that's a fascinating idea. I apologize if I didn't break that down. Let's back up here. Let's back up here, and let's analyze this a little bit more. So the idea is bishop h3. When the bishop captures bishop h3, the rook can't move to e1 because otherwise you lose that rook and you win that exchange. So let's break this down again from the beginning. Now that I see that idea, so pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes, bishop takes, attacking the rook. So you can't take the pawn just yet. Then you play rook a2. But in the meantime, you can play, rook d8 to pin the pawn. When the bishop takes, you can pin the rook, pin the bishop to the queen with the rook. Then you have this idea. So instead of bringing this bishop back, which of course is impossible via the pin, and instead of moving the rook to e1, which would run into this move and you would lose the exchange, it's actually better, apparently, and it's equal to give up this exchange. That is shocking. That is shocking to me. Wow. Does Pietro see that idea? Does he see that bishop h3 idea? At a first glance, I did not see that at all. But yes, Nico Norden, I do have the live DGT feed. Unfortunately, it is delayed. So a5 has officially been played on the board, which we have seen. Again, it is delayed because we know just by visual inspection, zoom enhance, b3 and e5 have been played. So the game still remains in the balance. And actually it says, I think for white, that is probably the best idea to go for. Wow, I really wonder if Pietro played e5, seeing bishop h3 down the line. And apparently, it's saying that this rook is just about as valuable as the light squared bishop. Because again, let's go back into this line here again. So if we go back into this line, we see rook a2 to get out of the way of the bishop. We see rook d8. We see this capture in here. If you were instead to try to save the rook, right, bishop here, and you try to save the rook somehow, well, obviously, I suppose you'd run into plenty of problems. Actually, rook x d5 would be a brilliant move to win in this position, because you can't feasibly take back because of rook d8 and the back rank problems. So you really can't save this rook. So what if you instead in this position were like, okay, well, let me give up this rook. This is much worse because we have this light squared bishop, which is able to control these squares, and the bishop cannot retreat. These light square weaknesses around the king are actually so bad that it's better to instead give up the dark square bishop is not as valuable as this light square bishop. So it's actually perfectly okay if you just were to play e4 now and give up the light square bishop for that rook. That's fine, apparently. That's perfectly reasonable. And the light squares, although they are weak around the king, they are defended enough, and you don't have a light squared bishop to properly enact on that. So we'll see if Pietro, I don't know if he sees all that. I'm not sure if he sees bishop h3. I don't think I would have personally if I was playing this game. But maybe. I think this looks promising though. I think e5 is definitely a move I would consider. I think I would like to think that I would have played e5 here. But I'm wondering, what if he just plays like bishop b2? Is this viable? Well, then e4, you claim space, you shut down this bishop, the knight drops back, and then you just play h5. Oh, interesting. Do you try to initiate a kingside attack then? Do you pivot now that you've gained enough space? You push the pawn up? Tough. We'll see. Hey, what's up, Jeffrey? Sir, when am I streaming? I'll be streaming on my own channel when I reach 1/3 subscribers, which is unfortunately not yet, but soon, hopefully. Hopefully sometime within the next week. But we shall see, Jeffrey. All right, let me switch over to Tashi's chat again. So I do apologize that I'm bouncing between chats, so I do apologize if I miss your message when you're giving some analysis here. So hello, Pedro. So but why bishop takes d5? It's a nonsense move. No, because no one is perfect. Thinks about bishop x d5. No one will move bishop d2. What do you mean? Tushar is finally picking on someone his own size? He sure is. You got that right. Oh, has Tushar played d5? Oh, we have some more moves on Tushar's side. Perhaps we should switch back for the time being. But yeah, no, this move is not on the board. e5 is on the board, so let's switch back. Again, I do apologize that this is not updated yet. But let's see what happened here. It looks like, I believe Tushar does have a pawn on d5. Okay, and the knight has retreated. Wow. I think he's done it. I think he's found d5. I think the bishop, I think it dropped back to d3. Then Tushar had another move? What move did Tushar play? So difficult to tell. I think he might have played f5. I think he... No, what did he play? Wait, he just played... What in the world did he just play? Oh, okay. I think I see the moves that Tushar played. I believe he played f5. We had knight f3 and then bishop f6. That looks like the moves that he's played. Okay, this is not the best defensive setup. What I don't like about this is that Tushar is neglecting the development of his other pieces. I would have loved to see him potentially try to bring in another knight into the position. f5 is a weakness because you could also be subject to g4, trying to break open this file. I don't know. I'm not sure if I like that 100% by Tushar. But what's nice for Tushar is that he is slowly building up a time advantage. It is 10 minutes now, which is good for him, obviously. But his position, it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. And now for White, if White can just do the simple moves, make the simple moves, bring the knight in, bring the bishop in, develop the pieces, slowly but surely, Black is just lacking in development. And that's the main issue. Tushar is lacking in development. In the meantime, looks like Pietro's played a move. I believe we've had some captures in the center of the board. Let's take a quick hiatus back over here. It looks like we've had these moves on the board. And it looks like... Has Pietro taken? I think the opponent, I think Anna just played knight e5. I take d5. So we're waiting to see here. I mean, I don't know what other move you could possibly play, but take back. Pietro's got to take back. And I'm sure he will. Unless I have misinterpreted what moves. No, there's Pietro, and he has taken back. Okay, perfect. Bishop e5. So again, the question remains to see. We shall see, has Pietro spotted this bishop h3 idea to win an exchange on the rook? And even though Stockfish says that the best idea is to give up the rook for the light squared bishop in that scenario, I find it hard to believe that Pietro won't think that he's in a better position there. And I feel like he's going to be able to find a way to make that extra rook worthwhile in an endgame. It's so difficult to play like that. Down in exchange and try to actually justify that exchange is still equal. It's so much easier to have the rook and just win an endgame than to only have a bishop and try to fight to stay equal. And I feel like if that's the case, I think Black will have the initiative there. And I think we just had another move played by Anna. I do not see which move that was, unfortunately. Pietro will find bishop h5. Well, it's bishop h3, I mean. Bishop h5, now that's some crazy stuff. What has Pietro done? What did Anna play? One day the boards will update, and on that day I will be happy. But that day is not today. All right, so I think it's still the kid's move against Tushar. Tushar really needs to survive. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for him to survive. I don't like it, man. I don't like this at all. Ay. Come on, Tushar. I believe in you. I believe in you. Gotta win. He's gotta beat the kitty. Hello again, Jeffrey. All right, let's see if we can try to decipher which move was played by Anna. Because it is Pietro's turn. I don't believe she took the pawn in the center, which is, I think, a bit unfortunate. Oh, did she move the rook? Oh no, she moved the rook a2, obviously. Duh. Okay, rook a2 was the move that was played. Sorry, apologies. that was pretty obvious. Of course, that's the move she played. So now it's dead equal. But if Pietro plays rook d8, and then she takes the pawn, and then you have that bishop h3 idea. But of course, there is the question: if Pietro does find rook d8, which I hope that he does, would she take the pawn? And I suppose that if you do see the idea for bishop h3 and the consequent bishop c3, you likely wouldn't go for it. Right? You wouldn't take this pawn. Hello, Dord. What's up? What's up, everybody? But you likely wouldn't take this pawn. So bishop takes d5, although it is Stockfish's recommendation to play bishop d5 and to give up the exchange. As a human, you likely wouldn't do this. And instead, rook d2 feels more natural, applying more pressure onto this pawn. So I could definitely see that as a viable option. I could see maybe bishop b2 being a viable option here. And then you try to go for this, hope for this trade and play on from here. That makes a lot of sense. So I think if Pietro is able to find rook d8, then I really hope that she does take this pawn. But I suppose that it's just too risky, and that she likely won't. Oh, Tushy played knight d7. Let me switch back to Tushy's board. Excuse me, a moment. Okay, and here we go. Okay, let's take a look. Tushy played knight d7. I believe I am a move behind. Then what did the kid play? What did the kitty play? Also, do I see knight d7 on the board? I can't say that I do. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, if Tushy played knight d7. Sorry, he didn't play it, but what if he did? Well, first, I believe it's Tomas's move. It's his opponent's move. So first, we'd have to figure out what move his opponent would make. I think there's a couple easy ones, but you just got to develop pieces here. I feel like knight c3 is begging to be played. Maybe you bring the rook in. Yeah, I don't see what else could be viable. Maybe if you really want to go for something crazy, c4, but I don't think that's the right play. I don't think that's what he'll go for. I think, yeah, so let's say you do this. You bring in your knight. It's just still difficult because white just has so many more easy developing moves. And you have to, like, black's pieces are still blockaded. Like, how do you get rid of this pawn? What do you do here? Okay, oh, there was a move that was played. Okay. Okay, Tushy, I believe he played knight c6. Slightly more active. Doesn't really change the position. Obviously, it attacks this pawn. But I don't know. Okay, so let's back up here. I think I see what happened. I believe, it's hard to tell. I think the kid played rook e1. I believe he played rook e1, which is a good move. Now I think he played, Sadistic Tushy played knight c6, which attacks this pawn on d4. And then the kid responded immediately by playing c3, solidifying that pawn and, of course, guarding it. So, there you have it. And now Tushy plays knight c to e7, and this is a mistake. And this is a mistake. This is bad. This is apparently really bad. Knight g5 is winning like immediately. The reason why this is so bad is because this pin on this knight and the pin on this knight is really difficult to untangle from. You'd have to play an ugly move. It's saying like queen f8. And in that time, if white is able to plug a knight onto e5 and create more pressure, more pins, more pressure, it's going to be too much pressure for Tushy to withstand. So I'm hoping that the kid won't find knight g5, but if he does, Tushy's in a lot of trouble. He's in a ton of trouble right now, and he might have finally found somebody who is able to fully punish his bomb cloud opening. But the kid has missed moves like that before. He might miss it again. There's another idea. You could also play a move like bishop h6. The idea behind that move is a little bit more mysterious. I feel like that's a little bit less human because there's not an immediate target. I feel like if he is going to play a move that truly punishes Tushy's position, it's got to be knight g6 or knight g5, excuse me. And that looks really bad. I really don't like that. Oh, I really don't like that move. So knight e7. The problem is that it just disconnects the queen from the bishop. Oh, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Ay. Dude. All right. I'm praying for Tushar here. But I mean, +3. It's not looking good. It's really not looking good. Come on, Tushar. I believe in you. I believe in you, man. I believe in you. All right, let's take a look here. Let's switch back over to Pietro. Wow. Oh, no. Apologies. Fumbling around here. Okay, there we go. Okay, I know the editor says that Tushy's position is bad, but it's not that bad. Okay, I think I just said that at the wrong time. Yeah, I do read chat. I am reading both chats. I'm switching between chats. Hello, Eggy. How you doing? Welcome. See, again, I do apologize. I don't have both chats open at the same time. I just have my phone that I'm switching between both chats. So after knight g5, if you don't stop the pin, is there immediately bishop takes f5? Let me see. Let me go back. let's go back and let's look at this. Yeah, I don't think much is happening with Pietro. I think he's in a pretty solid spot. Unless Anna decides to take the pawn, I don't think there's many fireworks. But hopefully Pietro finds rook d8 to defend that pawn and create a pin even if she takes. Okay, but the question was, so after knight g5, if you don't stop the pin, is there immediately bishop takes f5? Let's see, bishop takes f5. If you don't stop the pin, so let's say here, and then bishop takes f5. Or if let's say, Stockfish recommends queen f8, or you could play like king g7. I don't even like king g7. I feel like that just walks straight into more checks. Let's look at queen f8, because that's the best move. Is there bishop takes f5 is what you're asking. Or, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. The bishop and the pawn are both protecting. The knight's protecting. Ultimately, there's 3 protectors of this pawn. Even if you try to capture, I don't think that there's... Oh no, I guess now. Now if you... Okay, I see. Now there is no defender. If you if you take first. I see. I got it. I understand now. I understand your idea. I see where you're coming from. Okay, so let's break this down. So if you get out of the pin, but ultimately if you take, the king can't really take here because then there's bishop takes because the rook is pinning the pawn to the king. And if you do this, if you take with the queen, the same thing applies, that the pawn is pinned. So now you can take, and this is winning. Yes, this is definitely winning. You can unpin the pawn, but then you can try to simplify. Let's see, h takes, and then queen e5. Apparently this is still +3. So Tomas is just now up a pawn in this scenario. And I'm struggling to figure out, what does black do here? There's too much pressure. Can you even, I guess you have to trade and then just be satisfied with a completely worse endgame. Actually taking with a rook would be much better. And then you're just in a worse endgame. Although you do have a bishop and a knight, I'm not convinced that it's as bad as Stockfish says. It still says that white is winning +3 here. I'm not convinced. It's not that easy to win this endgame. Obviously, you have a lot of pressure, and you're only a few moves away from applying even more pressure. But I feel like with the bishop versus that knight, bishops are typically better in endgames. I feel like there's a legitimate chance that Tushar could save this game if it were to go down into a line where the bishop were to sacrifice on f5. But nonetheless, we are still back here. I don't believe any new moves have been played yet. So let's switch back over. Let's switch back over to Tushar's chat. Okay, the game is almost updated. It's actually very close to being updated. No, it's not actually. It's still quite a few moves behind here. Okay. So Viper, since you reached the milestone, will you stream? I have not reached the milestone yet. I'm not at 1/3 I just recently hit 333k subscribers, but I am not at 333,333. And I will be streaming live for that, ideally, unless it coincides with work, in which I'll stream some other time. It very well might coincide with work, so to be honest with you, maybe I'll just stream this Friday and just say that. Okay. This is interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen here. I'm really nervous if Tomas finds knight g5. I think Tushar's in a lot of trouble. He's still thinking. Well, we shall see if that ends up happening. Hello, Pedro. Parece que não sente prazer em estar ali a ver variantes e a tirar detalhes. That is Portuguese. I know enough Spanish in which I might be able to decipher what that means, but it seems that there's no... Nope, I don't know. I apologize, I don't know. Viper stream? I missed your streams. Thank you, Jeffrey. Unfortunately, I cannot say likewise that I missed you. We need you back. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry. The streams for me personally on my own channel, will not be returning for quite some time. Still a lot of long form videos I want to make. Very excited for it. But yeah, unfortunately that won't be the case. I wonder what's happening on Twitch. Should I check Twitch? I do not have mod permissions in chat. I'm sure there are people who do. I mean, let me check out. Should I check out Twitch? See what's happening over there. If there's people talking in chat, we shall see. Let me see if I can pull up their chat. Let's look at. Let's see if I can find it. No, I can't. I don't have it up. I don't have it open. Okay, we do have a move. Wait, what move was played? Was it knight? I think it was knight e5. I think he played knight e5. Oh, that's a huge miss. That's a huge miss. He can breathe. Knight takes, or bishop takes e5, I believe was played. Okay, Tushar does have a substantial time advantage. It looks like the kid, he played knight e5 instead of knight g5. Knight g5 was much, much better. So I'm assuming that he'll take back. I mean, what else? And in that time, the key difference here is that knight g5, if you were to take, the bishop immediately comes back, is able to recapture and apply this pin. And this pin is very, very difficult to deal with. The difference with knight to e5 is that now when the bishop takes, you recapture with the pawn and you don't get this bishop pin immediately. So what Tushar would need to find is h6. He needs to prevent this pin because he needs to realize just how powerful the bishop coming to g5 is. And if he can successfully defend against that pin, then he can start to equalize. That is the difficulty, though. That is absolutely the difficulty. So is this his second game today? No, this is not his second game today, Russ. No. This is everyone's first game today, both Pietro and Tushar. Wow. So, a miss from the kid. And you can see that eval start to crawl back up. It's, again, still bad for Tushar. He's still losing. It's still plus 1.6 for the kid. But, wow. Yeah, that's brutal. That's tough. Okay, he actually has played this. I apologize. He has played this, and now it's Tushar's move. So, again, the main idea for Tushar is h6. He needs to find it. He really needs to find it. I don't think he's really seen just how strong a piece on g5 is. He's got to play h6. I really hope he does. There are some other decent moves. He could develop his pieces. He could try to bring his queen over to the queen side, but h6, I think, just positionally speaking, is by far the best choice. I hope he finds it. I hope he does. But I think he's created a bit of a fortress here. So I'm pleasantly surprised with how he's been able to handle this and how poorly his opponent has been able to capitalize on the bomb cloud. His opponent missed. There were at least 4 or 5 different opportunities in which, I mean, he had that knight g5. He had that d5 earlier that he should have played. His opponent really missed out here on a lot. He really did. Okay, Dord. I'm sure there is probably somebody who would moderate. Tushi's opponent is 9. Is he really? I wish Tushi realized the danger of it. Dude, if I was facing off against a 9-year-old, I would be shaking in my boots. Let's take a quick look. Let me refresh let's refresh Pietro's board. Pietro, unfortunately, seemingly, I'm not sure what happened. Let's take a closer look at Pietro's board. Let's see exactly what happened here. It's hard to determine, is it still Pietro's move? Pietro has a significant time advantage. I mean, look at this time advantage. He's up, what, 20 minutes on the clock? Very nice. Love to see that for him. And I am wondering did he make a move yet, and is it rook d8? Because rook d8 is the move that he really needs to make. Yeah, the chances of the door becoming moderator have plummeted. This is extremely true. But we already know what the chances were. All right. Nightbot, Yapbot, true. That's some true facts right there. All right. Whoa. Okay, did you just make a move? Hold on, did you just take the pawn? What did he play? Oh jeez, I wish I could see it. Did he play queen b5? No, he didn't play queen b5. What happened here? No, I think he did. I'm so sorry, it's so hard to tell. What did he play? No, I think there's a bishop on e6. I think he played bishop e6 instead. I'm actually quite convinced. I think it's, again, I do apologize that it's so difficult to tell and the DGT boards are not updated. I believe Pietro played bishop e6, and then I believe she took. A better option would have been rook d8, and then if takes, you have the bishop h3 resource that we talked about earlier. So I don't think he saw it. I think that's a slight miss from him. It's not bad. You could still play bishop rook d8, but then you solidify with e4, and you don't have time realistically for h3. I don't believe, right? Or maybe you do have it later. Maybe you have it later. But no, but then there's counterplay. Yeah, it's too slow. That's brutal. It's too slow. It's too slow now. If you waste a move with bishop e6, you need to just play rook d8 immediately. But thank you, Cornell, best commentator so far. Thank you. This is my first time. I'm doing my absolute best. It is quite frustrating that the boards don't update. It is extremely frustrating. But so be it. Oh, sorry. So what's up, Jeffrey? So Viper, what's been up since last stream? YouTube and life. Sure, I can talk about myself. VK doesn't care. Whoa, fake Nightbot. Sure, I can talk about myself on Pietro's and Tushar's stream. But yeah, what's been going on with my life? So I haven't streamed in now over 3 months. I'm still posting videos, of course. But I do think that it was the best decision for my channel. I do like streaming. I do like streaming chess. I always play chess versus viewers. So hey, shameless plug if you want to check me out. ViperKing on YouTube. I do always play chess against viewers on stream, but I have foregone making streams in the idea of making more long form videos, which I have been able to do. It has, I think, been a good decision for the channel overall, and I am likely going to continue to do that. But life's been good. Life's been good. I'm glad. I'm happy I made that decision, and I have a lot of fun videos that I'm not going to spoil, but I'm very excited for. Again, some of them, one of them in particular that I'm currently working on, does involve both Tushar and Pietro. It's gonna be a fun one. I mean, I guess I could say what the video idea is. But basically the video idea is that I am playing a chess game with 24 chess YouTubers, and Tushar and Pietro are among those 24. Each player makes one move in the game without being able to communicate with the other players. So the premise is that each person makes a move, not knowing what the last, or only knowing what the last move was, and then we just see what happens with the game, while everyone gives their own reaction and own commentary to the game. So it's turning out pretty fun so far. I think that video will be out pretty soon. But yeah, Tushar is on my team. Pietro is on the other team for that video. So it's truly we'll see what happens. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to their games, and let's see what's happening here. Okay. So for Tushar's game, I'm trying to decipher. I don't believe Tushar's made a move yet. So I think we're still up to speed as far as that's concerned. And looking at Pietro, I believe he has played bishop e6. Has he played? I think he's played rook a to d8, if anything. It looks like he's played rook a to d8. And that is not the best plan, because it looks like if she just solidifies that bishop in the center of the board with e4, which, I mean, that's really like the only move. Or I suppose you do have rook d2 as well. You could bring the rook in to defend, but I think the much more natural move would just be solidifying the pawn in the center with e4, and you're not really scared of taking. You're not really scared of taking. This pawn is a passer. It's adequately defended, and there's not really any way for black to apply enough pressure in order to stop this pawn, and white just has a growing advantage. So I'm not going to be terribly happy if that's what ends up happening. But I think, hold on, I'm looking at Anna right now. I think she played rook d2. I think she missed e4. She did play rook d2, didn't she? Wow, okay, that's good news. That is great news, actually. So for Pietro right now, what he really needs to do is play bishop h3. I think that would be, practically speaking, his best shot at a win here. And unless I have the board state misinterpreted, I think bishop h3 is a really strong. Now, granted, you have disconnected the pin, so it's not the same as before. You could just simply slide back and defend. So again, it's not as potent as it would have been before this rook had disconnected the pin onto the queen. But nonetheless, I still think, practically speaking, that's his best option. Oh, Tushar did move? Okay, let's switch back to Tushar. Let's see exactly what happened here with Tushar. This is currently what I have for Tushar's board. Excuse me, let me switch back over to Tushar. So the last move that I saw was from Tomas, who took. What did Tushar play? Do we have an idea here? Let's see. Oh, he did play. He played h6. He found it. He found it. He found h6. That was the move he had to play. He had to stop this bishop pin. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. He's still losing. I'm not going to get too excited. He's still losing. But thank goodness he played h6. It would have been so uncomfortable if he had allowed this move. That is fantastic from Tushar. Thank goodness, dude. So yeah, Pedro, what level are these players? Bishop takes d5, doesn't make any sense. Simple bishop b2, develop your pieces. So yeah, you're talking about Pietro's game. Oh, that's such a relief. But yeah, Pietro's game, yeah, bishop b2. You can develop your pieces there. Anna is foregoing the development of her dark grid bishop, but I think there's bigger fish to fry. That bishop can always go to that file later on in the game. Is there a live feed? So this is the best live feed that we can get. It seems that the DGT boards are perpetually delayed by about 15 minutes, no matter what I do, which is unfortunate, of course. However, I can at least see their live feeds, which should be updated, pretty much to the exact second, or at least, maybe 10-second delay max. So I am trying to look at their live feeds at the bottom two screens to determine which moves they are playing. And I do apologize that it is quite small, I'm sure, on your end to see which pieces they moved, but I can definitely see the left side of the board quite clearly from Tushar's perspective, and h6 has definitely been played. That is certain. So Tushar has stifled the attack, and I'm very, very pleased to see this. Bishop g5 was a huge threat, but he's not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot of trouble brewing. It's a good move to see because it almost looks unintuitive at first because you think, okay, well, wait, hold on. This pawn is attacked twice, only defended once. But of course, if you were to take, then I mean, even queen g8 is actually the suggestion. I would have thought that you just have a move like knight g8. Am I crazy? Oh, you can counterattack the queen. Okay. Well, that's why I'm not as good as him. Apparently queen g8, and then you just get to g7, and there's no way to defend this bishop in time via the pin. You have to just be more patient than the immediate knight g8. That makes sense. So, but yeah, of course, he won't take. There's no way he's going to take. But let's take a look back. The board has updated. This is where the current board state is. And just for a recap for anybody who missed it, Tushar has, in fact, played a Bomb Cloud for the 3rd consecutive game, and his opponent had a huge opportunity after Tushar made a mistake. Knight g5 would have been crushing, and this pin would have been almost lethal. But his opponent missed and played knight e5, which does allow Tushar to play h6 and defend against the pin, which he has successfully done. So, okay, it looks like the kid has played knight d2, which is the best move. Just developing pieces, likely replenishing that kingside knight by placing a knight on f3, and continuing to apply pressure on the queen side. King side. And now it's a matter of what does Tushar do? How does he defend? And is he able to defend in the best possible way? He's thinking he does still have a time advantage. It seems to be at least about 15 minutes. It might be more. It might be up to 20. So why are they playing Bomb Clouds? Well, because Tushar is an absolute legend. ViperKing, are you a grandmother or fumble master? I am neither. I am actually a secret third option, which is BM, Blunder Master. That's me. All right, let's go. Come on, Tushar. I believe in you, man. Let's see, has Pietro made a move yet? Pietro's thinking. He's still in a very equal position. But he has opportunities. So yeah, Tushi made a poll on YT to decide what opening he would play. I thought, I might need to re-look at that post. I thought that he said it was only for the first round. But then he won the first round. And then he's played the Bomb Cloud every single game since. Which is shocking. I'm so shocked that, I mean, I guess his opponent is quite young. I'm shocked that he didn't prepare against the Bomb Cloud. I'm so shocked about that. If you know what your opponent's going to play based off what they played in the previous 2 games, I mean, you gotta prepare, right? Like, come on. I don't know. Now I'm rooting for Tushar here, of course, but I am so perplexed. What is Tushi's over the board elo? It is 1946. Well, at least at the start of this tournament, it was 1946. I'm sure that after his last 2 wins, he's gone up a little bit. Oh, okay. Well, what did Tushar play? I just saw the kid replenish his knight on to f3, but I missed what Tushar played. I think my guess would be bishop d2, or d7, excuse me. No, actually, he played king g7. He played king g7. My bad. Sorry, king g7 was the move he played. So let's update the board now. So king g7 and knight f3. So the problem remains. White is still winning. White can still likely hop in with the knight, but well, maybe not there. What is White's best option now? Well, for Tushar, he just needs to keep developing pieces. Could be bringing his queen over to the king side. Could be trying to free his bishop. Could be trying to expand and try to, I don't know, take up more space potentially. There's a few different ideas here. It's hard to tell which one's absolutely correct, but the problem with Tushar's position is that he is not in the driver's seat, and he just has to defend. He's perpetually stuck defending. But if his opponent makes a mistake, overextends, miscalculates, sacrifices, and it doesn't work, then Tushar could gain an advantage. So what's up? So what's your FIDE rating? I'm not sure how good Tushar is on the defensive. I'm not sure either. You usually see him attacking. I feel like I'm so shocked that he's played the Bonclaw for the 3rd straight round. I feel like I don't know, I'm so surprised by this. I'm surprised that he hasn't abandoned this strategy yet. But my FIDE rating, granted, I have only played in 1 tournament myself for FIDE. I am rated 1730, I think. I played in 1 tournament, I played 5 games, I won 1 game, and then I drew the other 4. So there's not much to go off of. I don't know what my true elo would be. I think my true FIDE would right now likely be around 1800. So I think they got it pretty much spot on with that first tournament that I played. But online, I know I'm slightly better than Pietro, but I'm worse than Tushar. So that's what I would do. You must be a good guy to be on the channel. Well, thank you, Russ. I appreciate it. Yeah, shout out to Tushi and Pietro. They are both awesome people. I'd love to meet them both in real life one day. So they gotta hit me up next time they're playing in a tournament of this caliber. Let me know. We gotta invite some people. Get a ton of YouTube creators out to the same tournament. That would be so much fun. I played in my only FIDE tournament when I flew down to Charlotte, North Carolina, and I met a YouTuber, I Want Checkmate. I don't know if anyone knows him, but I met Tony in real life. And that was so much fun. And that was back in May of this year. And I've just been itching to have enough time and resources to get another plane ticket to go to another chess tournament. Hopefully that'll happen sometime soon. But yeah, I'd love to meet some new content creators as well. And if that's Tushi and Pietro, that would be fantastic. They'd be awesome people to meet. So yeah, when am I playing? Yeah, when am I playing my next tournament? I don't know, man. So okay, Tushi will play Bishop D7, Queen G8, and Bishop E8. Oh, I see. So okay, here, here, and here is what you're recommending. So yeah, let's say, what moves would he play? Oh, G4 would be an idea there. Aye. Okay. We might have some attack brewing with G4 potentially in the near future. Aye. Has Tushar made a move yet? Has he played Bishop D7? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. Still hard to tell. What's going on in the Discord? What do you mean? Which Discord? Oh, let's take a look. Let's see if Pietro's board is updated. Let's switch back here. Let's switch back momentarily for Pietro. Let's see. So I think it's still Pietro's move. Pietro has accumulated quite a significant time advantage. It looks like it's almost up to a half hour. How old is the kiddo? I think somebody said that he's 9. Which is, again, insanely impressive. My goodness. Oh, gosh, I couldn't imagine being that good at chess when I'm 9. Oh my gosh. I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. So Pietro's still thinking here. I think he's still deciding what to play. I think what's happened here actually. Did he take and take? I think that did happen, right? No, it didn't. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry. I apologize. That did not happen. This is the current position from my in-depth analysis of trying to figure out what the pixels on the screen look like. Am I still doing giveaways? I am going to do giveaways, yes. Yeah, the Elite Four. I want Checkmate, Tushi, Viper, and Pietro. I'm just happy to be included. I'm happy to be in that top 4 right there. That would be awesome. Yeah, it would be awesome. There are so many people. So many chess creators who I'd love to meet in real life. Pietro, I've recorded 1 video with him. He's so funny. He's such a funny guy. he's so funny. So is Tushar too. They're both so funny. So charismatic. Oh man. He's born in 2017 as Cooking Tushar. Oh. Oh, I didn't think of it like that. Born in 2017. Can you imagine? Like, I started playing chess in 2018. And this kid was born when he was 1. That's when I started. That is crazy to think about. The kitty tries, but the kitty cries. He then realizes this was not the way. Yeah, you can just hear his voice. Oh, and the queen back. Queen h3 from the kid. Wow, he's backing off. That is shocking, to say the least. Now, again, I missed what Tushar played. But he's backing off the attack, which is... oh, man, that's good news. That's good news for Tushar, for sure. Definitely. But it's nice because he's created kind of a rock wall in the center. And if your king is exposed like this, the best plan is definitely, without a doubt, to keep the center closed so that there's no more lines of fire towards that king. So for Tushar, let's try to figure out what move he had played that prompted Queen h3 to be the result. The likeliest suspect that I could think about is probably Bishop d7. And then we have Queen g3. Queen h3, excuse me. I think this is the likely suspect. And that's fantastic because if he backs off, now that gives more time for Tushar to untangle his pieces. Oh, that's so nice. And then Tushar can start to make some progress here. I think the progress needs to be made on the queen side, likely. Yeah, stonewall structure, baby. Exactly right. F and D pawns advanced forward 2 squares. It's definitely a stonewall. It's called a stonewall for a reason. Now, there are lines of fire, and what Stockfish actually recommends that Tomas had gone for would have been to keep the queen there and to actually lash out. Do something with g4. And also maybe try to move the king over and utilize an open g file to create another line of fire. Because there's no real way that these diagonals are going to open. He didn't play in the best way, right? This pin is never going to come in with the bishop. So you got to create some line of fire, and that's g4. And it's tough to push a pawn in front of your king always. So I don't blame the kid for not doing this, but that's realistically his best chance at continuing the attack. But Tushar's tucked away his king quite safely here. And yeah, just it goes back to what I said at the beginning of this stream, was that when you see your opponent play the bomb cloud, it's so tempting to go for an early attack and try to capitalize on your advantage immediately. But the problem with that is that the king is still safe. It's really hard to immediately punish the bomb cloud. And instead, what the better option is to develop all your pieces and slowly accumulate pressure, in which the extra moves that Tushi has waited in moving his king can materialize into a tactic that your extra development allows to come into fruition. So the kid just misplayed. He waited to develop his queenside pieces, and he just took too long. He had some opportunities, but he missed it. And now Tushar, he can't let this opportunity slide. He's still in a worse position, but he's up on the clock by at least 20 minutes, might be more. Hopefully he can come through with the win here. All right, let's take a look at Pietro. I see some activity happening on Pietro's board. Let's take a quick look. And also, I believe I have unfairly neglected Pietro's chat for a little bit too long here. But Rook d2 is now on the board. This is a slight mistake. It would have been better to have played e4 to solidify the bishop in the center of the board rather than bringing the rook over. Although I don't blame her. That doesn't seem like a completely unreasonable move to make. But here we are. Okay, now we're back in Pietro's chat. Hello, everybody. Hello. You can fork the queen and bishop with knight f4. I believe that was the other game. I apologize. But let's talk about Pietro's game because we have some exchanges happening in the center here. Let's see what happened. What happened here? So you have still foregone playing e4. What happened here? I think I think they did trade. Did he go for this? And then bishop. Did he go for bishop c3? Is that what he went for? I think I think they traded in the center and played bishop c3. Hey, what's up, Fan of Donuts? Welcome to the stream. That's not the best option. Again, the better option would have been to play bishop h3. But I think he goes for this instead, which is viable. I think she could trade. But the better option would, again, just be play e4. Play e4, and if Pietro would ever dare to capture, then you have a pass pawn. And that's the key idea of e4. And I don't think Pietro would trade in that situation. I think he would identify the threat of having a pass pawn on the d file and just how strong that would be. And I'm not sure what bishop c3 accomplishes, if that is truly the move he played. It does look like it. That bishop looks like it is on that square. I'm surprised. I don't know what bishop c3 accomplishes. I'm not sure. Oh. Okay, he took. Wait, what happened? Wait, it was Pietro's move? Now I'm confused. I did miss a move in here. Okay, let's try to decipher what happened here. It looks like he captured, and then he also captured with the rook. So maybe it was this. It really, there's a piece on there's a black piece on c3. It's got to be the bishop. She must have played a move. What move could she have possibly played? I can't figure it out. Unfortunately, I can't figure it out. Okay, she has taken back with the rook. Wow, I'm perplexed. I'm so sorry. I'm so perplexed here. Was it maybe? Oh, maybe bishop c3 here. No, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. That's not what happened. I think it was takes here. Takes. No, we're missing a move here. Bishop c3 first, then rook moves, then take. So bishop c. Okay, sorry, rook d2. Okay, this is confirmed. This is the position. We know this for a fact, 100%. Bishop c3 first, then rook moves. Oh, this is the wasted move. She just moved the rook and attacked the bishop. Is that the plan? Is that what she did? Regardless, this I believe is the position. I'm not sure exactly how we got which move order, but this is, I believe, the position at the end of the day. I'm fairly certain that this is definitely the position. So let's evaluate here. So in this position, Anna is up 1 pawn. However, Pietro has enough compensation here in which he's not losing. You'd have to play rook d8. And then if you want to try to keep defending the pawn, then you can. But I think eventually one of these pawns will fall just because black has too much activity. And there's no way to really break through here. Right? There's no way to hang on to this pawn. And I think eventually you'll just lose it. So I think that's the idea here. Although Pietro is down a pawn temporarily, there is no way, based off of black's extra piece activity, for white to defend the pawn. And I think that's the player. Oh, so Tushar moved. Okay, Tushar did move. Let's switch back over. And let's take a look at what happened here. I believe that's the correct position. But, okay, we have some moves here. It looks like we have Queen G3 and H4 on the board from Tomas. And for Tushy, it looks like he's played Queen G8 and King F7. So let's take a look here. I believe this is no. I believe this is the current position, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's take a look I'm gonna go back to Tushar's chat. Here we go. So I believe we do have Queen G8 definitely on the board. We do have King F7. We definitely have Queen G3, and we definitely have H4. So this looks like the position. I believe it's Tushar's move. Unless he's played a move that I have missed. I think this is as close as we've gotten. Oh, wait, no. No. Oh, I've missed something here. Apologies. Tushar's played C5, which was a good move. That is something that I thought would have been a good move for him earlier. Told you what he would play. I know the guy. You know him. You know him personally. I didn't know you were chill like that, man. Sorry, Nick. Okay, I do apologize. C5 was the move, not Bishop D7 earlier. So let's see. What exactly did he play instead? Well, the best move for Tomas in this position would have been to play G4 and create another line of attack towards Black's king. But he didn't, and instead he backs off with Queen G3, which is a mistake, giving Tushar time. He plays Queen G8, moves the queen over, king here, and then pawn H4. And I believe this is the current position that we have. So Tushar, he has stifled the attack. Again, still cramped. White has a space advantage. White has the bishop pair. White will be better in any endgame, but it's far from over. Why Tushar playing a kid, bruh? Well, the kiddie's good. He's rated 1839. Kids are good at chess. I don't know what it is, but they are. Am I enjoying adult life? Good question, Eggy. No. Adult life kind of stinks, man. No, it's fine. There's ebbs and flows. We can get deep. We can get deep here on this broadcast. I know how he thinks, not personally, dude. Lol. I'm just kidding. I know. I'm just kidding. No, you know him personally. You know him like that. All right. Where's Pietro gone? Did Pietro finish his white monster? Could have sworn that's what he's drinking. Ah. Need more water. Okay. Opinion on Botez Live. Oh boy. Now we're getting spicy. Botez Live, I have reached out via their business email in order to try to contact them for a collab, and they never responded. So I hate Botez Live now. The Botez sisters seem to be friendly people. Looks like we have a move from Tushar. I fail to have fully seen what he played, but then we just saw H5 he played. What was the move? Oh, I see. The move was Knight C6. Knight C6 at some point. Oh, I think we just had Bishop D2. No. What do we have? Oh my goodness gracious. This is so difficult to tell. Oh, we had Knight back to E7. I see. H5 and then Knight back to E7. Knight G to E7, to be specific. Okay. Here we go. So this is where we're currently at. This is interesting. Tushar has elected to play a very passive approach. He is threatening a trade of queens right now. So you could take queens. And obviously you can't take with a rook because then this pawn drops, and that would be bad. So you'd have to bring your knight back to its original starting square in order to adequately defend this pawn. The good news is that this position, since it's so closed, even though black lacks in development, it's still equal because white does not have enough time or enough open lines in the position in order to actually punish black for being so far underdeveloped. Although white does still maintain an advantage, it's very slim. So I like this idea. I think it's smart, but I think for Tomas, I think he has to decline this trade, and I think he needs to keep the queen on the board, threaten something else. I threaten queen F6. I think that looks annoying, and continue to press on here. Let's see. Oh, he's about to make a move here. But thank you, Emranila. Thank you. We want you to do the commentary for the rest of the tournament. Well, I appreciate you. I would love to, but I'm only here for this round, unfortunately. But in the future, I'd love to do more commentary. Yeah, teach me chess. I'm trying PTG gaming. I'm doing my best. I will try to teach you chess as best as I can. Although I am no means perfect, but we shall see. Okay, let's see the kitty. He's thinking. It looked like he was about to grab for the queen, and queen h4, or really, this is actually quite funny. I'm looking at the top 3 moves for the engine, and number 1 is queen h4, then queen h2, then a queen h3. So Stockfish really, really, really wants you to decline this trade. You need to decline this trade, and he does. He plays queen h4, which I think is a smart kid, and Tushar plays immediately. He played queen g7, which of course makes sense. Yeah, I mean, what else could you have possibly played except maybe run the king away? So that's the best option for Tomas. He did find the idea of keeping the queens on the board, and that if you trade off the queen, then the attack fizzles out. But how do you proceed? It seems quite difficult to proceed here in any substantial way. So I'm wondering, maybe he'll bring his king and try to bring his rook to the g file and then try to play for g4. That seems like the most aggressive option. What else could you possibly do? Maybe you just try to play on the queen side now, and try to slowly press on. Now that it's difficult to make much more progress on the king side. It really depends. So he'll be lucky to draw this one. Hopefully his endgame skills will prevail. We shall see. Yeah, Tushar has definitely been on the back foot this entire game because he has played a Bond Cloud. That's what's going to happen. But we'll see. We'll see if he can maintain enough king safety and enough activity with his pieces to stop this attack. It's tricky, man. I don't know. This is why I would not play a Bond Cloud in a tournament personally, but who knows? So b4, open a line for the bishop. Yeah, b4 is a good move here. It is actually the top line for Stockfish. Yeah, it really wants you to open up a line. If the bishop can combine on this diagonal and gain a lot of scope this way, this is a really powerful diagonal. So b4 would be, I think, a pretty high level move, because it fundamentally looks like you're just sacrificing a pawn, right? But of course, you can't really go for this. Or I suppose the bishop would be hanging here, and oh wait, the queen is defending it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna, never mind. You're not hanging a pawn. But I guess the point still remains. Part of the point. I forgot that the queen had moved to h4 and is guarding that square now. Apologies. But nonetheless, still, I feel like a very high-level move. And I don't mean to be rude to Tomas, but I feel like he's missed some of those higher-level concepts, like that d5 pawn push early in the game, where he really had an advantage. And he needed to play d5 here. If he had played d5 here, it would have been absolutely crushing. Actually, in this position, d5 would have been absolutely crushing. And then, of course, later on in the game, with this huge miss, knight g5 is just killer. That would have probably won him the game almost on the spot. It would have been extremely difficult for Tushar to defend there, but he missed that move. So really, a couple crucial misses from Tomas in this game. And I do apologize now that I've gone back in time. I will need to remember which moves were played. So queen g8 here, h4, knight over h5, and then knight e7, queen h4, queen g7. There we go. And this is the current position, I believe. Okay. Now we shall see what will they play. So b4, then b6, then bishop a3. Yeah, black is in trouble. Yeah, bishop b4 is strong. Bishop b4 is very strong here. Yeah, can Tushy win this game? I don't know. I really don't know if Tushy can win this game. I'm not proud of you, Jeffrey. Sorry. I didn't read your message until you said that. I'm not proud of you. Sorry, Dord is rated like 1,500 points lower than you. Alright, Tushar has left. Shall we take another look at Pietro's game? Because, wait. I see Bishop H3 on the board from Pietro. Hold on. Can we take a look at this? Pietro might have something here. Bishop H3. Am I crazy? No, he has Bishop H3 on the board. Okay, we have the wrong position here. I do apologize to everybody. Okay, Rook D3 was the move played. So this was correct. Okay, let's try to decipher what happened here exactly. What in the world happened in this position? I think we must have had rook takes. Rook takes, rook takes? Bishop takes? No, but how did Bishop H3 happen? What in the world happened in this position? Wow, does anyone know what happened here? Okay, let's switch back here. Sorry, let me look at Pietro's game. Okay, the board did update. He did take rook takes d5. Wow. Very, very interesting move there. Fascinating. And I believe she took back. And then he played Bishop H3. Oh dear, is this the position? Oh no, 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 that's not right. That's not right at all. Uh-oh. That's okay, I see the problem. I think I see the problem here. So the issue is that Pietro decided to take the bishop with his rook. And then when she captured back, he neglected to take this rook. And instead decided, okay, this rook is now trapped. I should go for this. But I think what he's failed to evaluate here is that this rook is not really as valuable as this rook. This rook is so much more valuable. And by going for this rook, even though the light squares around the king are weak, he can give up this pawn. Or give up this rook. I'm like, the pawn. Give up the rook for the bishop and the pawn. Oh man, this is brutal. This is brutal. Yeah, will Tushy play the entire tournament with the bomb cloud? He very well might. He very, very well might. Alright, this is gonna be tough. This is where both games are getting kind of intense now. Bishop H3. I don't like this at all, man. I think I see the idea that Pietro's maybe going for, in which he's thinking maybe you know, these light squares are so weak, I can apply pressure this way. But man, this rook is not as valuable as this one. I think Pietro might have misevaluated this, and now he might be in a slightly worse position. Although I do see, it looks like, I think we had what, bishop here. I think we had bishop d2, and bishop takes d2 from the opponent. So I think she's thinking of whether to take with rook or queen. I think those are the only two options for Anna Young. Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. But I think I see the idea here. So there's actually, this is a good question for you guys here. Oh, can I show Tushar's actual position? Okay, I'll do my best. I do apologize that the DGT boards are delayed, but it does look like we have quite a few extra moves here. Okay, so while we wait for Anna to make her move, there's one good option, one bad option. Rook takes is significantly better and will actually lead to a winning position. Queen takes does not work, but I suppose that's just because you drop this pawn, so that makes sense. So if she plays rook takes, which I presume that she will, then Anna will unfortunately be in the driver's seat and Pietro will be in a losing position, failing to assess that one rook is better than the other. But no, that's definitely not the move that she played. Sorry. Okay, let's go back to the legendary Tushar, who has played a few moves. The board currently is not updated. It's currently updated to queen g8, which is definitely very far behind. And looks like we might be 3 or 4 moves behind now. So let me do my best to figure out what moves were played, and then we'll go from there. So it looks like the move, we know that Tomas played h5, the knight retreated, queen h4, and queen g7. Now beyond that, I am not entirely sure what was played. It looks like the bishop is off the back rank, so it looks like bishop d7 has been played, and it looks like he just played rook g8. So we definitely had bishop d7 at some point. What other moves have been played? Knight h2 has been played at some point. Ooh, this is tricky, man. So the best idea for Tomas would have been to play b4, but it looks like he might have gone for some other plans. Knight h2. Really, is that the move he played? Because that move is so passive. It's so mightily passive. What else did he play here? It looks like there might be a bishop on f4. So I think he played a bishop on f4, and I think Tushar played rook g8. Rook a8, I should specify. And in this position, he is threatening checkmate. So let's see what the kid plays. But yeah, I don't like putting this knight back here. It's so passive. Okay, the kid he's playing. Oh, he was about I think to play g3. I mean, what other move do you have? You probably have g3, maybe bishop back, but that might run into some f4 nonsense in the future. It might also be bishop f1, but that's super duper passive. I don't really like this. Tomas is, dare I say, he's really misplayed this. He had an attack going, and now he's completely on the back foot. And Tushar, like I said earlier in the game, he really shouldn't have castled kingside. He should have castled queenside. And the reason for that is because of this open G file, which happened so long ago that Tushar is now effectively able to use the G file as a fulcrum to start an attack. And that is just, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Can't believe that actually happened. Okay, what did he just play? Did he just play bishop f1? Did he really just play that? That's so passive, man. But admittedly, it is resilience, and there's no real way for Tushar to break through now. So what do you do? What would you do if you were Tushar here in this position? I forgot to switch. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Apologies about that. I forgot to switch so that Tushar's board was the larger one on the screen. But okay, hopefully we're all following here. That this is, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, the current position for Tushar. So what would you play here for black? What would you do here? It's tough to say, but truthfully, the issues of Tushar's position have almost entirely vanished. Yes, he is at a space disadvantage. Yes, his king is slightly more unsafe. But truthfully speaking, I think he can really start to make progress. He could even run his king over to the queen side now if he so chooses. I think that's a little bit too slow, and I think you could start to do some other stuff. All right, thank you, Dora and Jeffrey. Always appreciate you being on the streams, just to keep me humble. Make sure I'm not getting too big of an ego. Really appreciate that. So the best move according to the Stockfish would be d4, and starting to make progress. Or you could run the king e8 as well, is completely viable. Or b6. Many viable options here, but we'll see what he plays for. So yeah, once Tushar equalizes the position, it's a cakewalk for him. It really is. I mean, it's fascinating. I'm so surprised to see exactly how he is able to. He's managed to finagle his way into a completely fine position. It's again not good, but it's fine. It's fine. He's still losing, but the advantage is gone. He's up on the clock. I mean, it's just fascinating how he's been able to do this. It really is. Good commentary. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Wow. So let's take a look. It looks like Pietro's board has also updated. So let's make sure we're evaluating both. It looks like the rook has unfortunately retreated backwards to take the bishop, which spells bad news for Pietro. He is now in a worse position. And I mean, I imagine he'll either take the rook or threaten checkmate, but both options unfortunately leave him in a worse position where he is simply down upon in an endgame, and it's not looking good. It really isn't. You were the best commentator. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Is Mr. Snake your best friend? This snake? Boop. No. But close. Very close. Bad commentary. Please don't vaporize me. It's a joke. Ah! You will be vaporized immediately, actually. All right, let's do it. So, yeah, Pietro's thinking here. I'm not liking his position. I'm really not. Man, I really wish it was just it was one slight mistake. And again, let's go back just in case anybody missed it. Pietro decided instead of recapturing this rook to go for this bishop h3 move to attack this rook. And I think he just misevaluated that this rook is less, or excuse me, he misevaluated that this rook was less valuable than this rook. And even though that the rook is trapped, you're still losing a pawn, or excuse me, still losing a bishop for a rook. And it's still an equal exchange, but this rook is so much better than this one. And if you are taking this rook, then you're somehow eventually able to deflect the queen away from the guard of this pawn. Like, there's no way that you can maintain all these pawns, because if you were to trade, then the rook is able to pick up this pawn. You just, this rook is so much less active that it can't possibly defend the pawn in time. So you can reclaim the pawn, but here you just can't. You just can't reclaim it. All right, but this is the current position. All right, we have some more activity on Tushar's board, so let's switch back over. All right, Tushar, what happened here? Looks like we have... I can't tell. Unfortunately, I cannot tell what move was played by Tushar. Let's see, does anyone have any idea? So what is the move number on both boards? Currently on Tushar's board, we are on move 25. Let's take a look over here on Pietro's board. It is move 21. So still potentially a long way to go. And we've been here, how long have I been streaming for? About 2.5 hours here. Wow, that's gone by fast. Man, this is fun. I want to do this more. I like commentating. This is kind of fun. And I'll only get better, hopefully, as I do more. This is fun. This has gone by really quickly. I'm a little hungry though, but it's okay. I'll eat lunch at like 3 p.m. for me instead. That's okay. Okay, but let's take a look here. So it looks like I think Tushar and Tomas have both made moves, and unfortunately, I failed to see what those moves are. It looks like a Dutch structure now. It really does. It really does look like a Dutch stone wall, or close to a stone wall. I suppose the pawn wouldn't be on c5 in a stone wall, but it does look very much like a Dutch. Oh, man. Tushi's opponent getting very low on time. He is. That's one thing that Tushar has done, is he has played very quickly. He has played very, very quickly. You can eat, it's fine. No, I'm good. I'm fine. Show us Mr. Snake. What, this snake here? He's here. Inanimate. Dummy losing to a kid, not good. Punch him in face. Okay, let's not punch him in the face. Who would win though? Tushar or the kid in a fight? Who would win? What do you think? Oh, they're looking at each other. Oh. Gotham is the dummy. Gotham is the dummy. That's true. Okay. It's hard to say if it's d4 or c4. Was that played? Oh, the kid's making a move. What move? What move is he playing? Did he touch the piece? Enhance? What in the world is that? Bishop c1? What in the world was that move? Did anybody just play bishop c1? Really? Okay, let's take a look here. Actually, I think if I'm looking at this correctly, I believe d4 was played. It also looks like knight d5 was played. Wow. Crazy. That's wild. And then bishop, did you really just play bishop c1? That's so passive, man. Maybe it was rook. It might have been a rook d1 first. Then knight d5, then bishop c1. Okay, I think this is the position. This is the most logical follow-up that I could think of. And again, I do apologize. The game is currently delayed by so much. It's delayed by at least 15 minutes. So I believe the moves were d4, rook over, knight d5, bishop back. Yeah, that's got to be it. I'm fairly confident in that. Okay, so this is the position now. Let's take a look at this position. So what have we seen here? Well, the first thing that I see is this tension in the position. There's a bit of tension here, right? Now that this bishop has evacuated the defense of this pawn, there are possibilities of taking this pawn. However, you have to say, what is the problem with taking this pawn? Well, if you do, then you lose defense of this pawn, and that's so you're basically trading one pawn, your opponent's e pawn for your d pawn, and that's not great. That's not a great trade, because since this king is closer to the center of the board, opening up the center of the board would ultimately weaken this king's safety and worsen Tushar's position much more than it would for Tomas. So I think trying to take this pawn would be a mistake, and I think Tushar would also agree with that sentiment. Now, granted, even though there are 3 attackers onto this pawn and only 2 defenders, the knight is that second defender, so the knight can always guard against the queen and the rook. So I don't think Tushar is ever scared of taking. So pawn takes and pawn takes would be perfectly fine. But the question remains, how does Tushar try to fight for an advantage in this position? It's hard to come up with a plan, personally. This light squared bishop is just so bad. It's just staring right into a brick wall. These rooks and queen are nicely placed, guarding, threatening checkmate and restricting the mobility of some of white's pieces. But how do you actually go ahead and initiate an attack? There's just really no way to go for it. So I think the game plan, I think you have to play on the queen side here. I really do. Like, what else? What else is there? Do you try to expand on the queen side and I don't know, try to shift your focus over to the queen side and try to get a passer? What do you do? Generally, what do you do? I'm not sure. According to Stockfish, the best move is a5, or king e8. You could also just bring the king back. Oh, I'm not sure what the point of king e8 is. What would be the prospects of that? Oh, it's saying, okay, actually after king e8, it's saying that you could potentially try to apply pressure, and maybe the pawn that you want to win is this pawn on h5. That's fascinating. So you could play something like where you try to march the king over, you block with a knight, and then maybe you bring your bishop and your queen to attack this weak h5 pawn. Okay, that could be an idea. So you could either try to attack this weakness, this h5 pawn, or you could try to expand on the queen side and get something moving here. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Jeffrey would take the central pawn. Did Tushar make a move yet? I don't think he did. The kid's leaving. The kid is, might I add, over 35 minutes down on the clock. I would not be leaving the board if I was him, but he's better than me, so I can't really talk smack. So you want to ideally put your bishop on c6 somehow. That's true. If you can put your bishop on c6, that is an absolute killer diagonal. A lot of knights in the way first, but yeah, that's true. If you can put a bishop there, that would be nice. Although you can kind of shut down that bishop with f3, I think, but you never know. We could see here. Okay. So Tushar is thinking. He's grimacing a little bit. I'm a little bit nervous for him. It looks like over on Pietro's board, Pietro is still thinking, man. It looks like Pietro is still thinking. Hello, Kai. Want to play? Well, I can't play. Sorry. We have games to look at. My goodness, this is like the best part of the match right here, man. What's my elo? My elo, I am, what am I? I'm 2200 on chess.com, and I'm 1730 elo FIDE. Although I have only played in one tournament, so take that with a grain of salt. Is gonna lose on time? I think there is. It's a problem. It's a significant problem that Tushar is applying a lot of pressure. He's playing a lot of moves very quickly. Very, very quickly. Pietro is just losing. Yeah, Pietro is just losing now, unfortunately. It looks like Pietro has made a move, so let's update his board momentarily. Pietro has decided to take the rook. Again, I'm not sure what other move he could possibly make. And of course, Anna has two ways to recapture. She can recapture with the queen or with the king. I think it should be a pretty simple option. Of course, you have to take with the king, which she does, as to continually defend that b3 pawn. And now, unfortunately, Pietro is in a worse position. It is +2 for white. I don't like Pietro's chances here. Again, it's just a slight misevaluation. He took one rook instead of the other, and that spelled a losing position for him. So it's frustrating. I'm sure Pietro's not happy with himself after missing that. But it really did just come down to one slight mistake, one slight misevaluation of which rook to take. And that utterly riddled bad decision, or a bad position for him. That's tough. That's really tough. Yes, but yeah, good stop. Did Tushar play the Bon Cloud again? He did. He did play the Bon Cloud again. We can actually refresh and go all the way back for anybody who missed it. Sorry, let me switch over. Let's go back all the way to the beginning of this game, and let's look at what happened to get to this point. So, Tushar did play the Bon Cloud. King f7, incredible. And again, Tomas, unfortunately, did not punish it. Well, unfortunately for him, fortunately for us, he did not punish it in the best possible way. Tushar did make a slight mistake here. And actually, d5 would have been a way for Tomas to gain an advantage immediately, but he misses it, plays e5, and Tushar is effectively able to stabilize here. He's able to defend, and he's able to get d5 on the board. If Tomas had ever pushed d5, he would have been in a much better position, but it's not quite as good. And then Tushar was able to build a rock wall, but he slightly misevaluated. He moved his knight, and knight g5 would have been killer, but Tomas missed it, plays the wrong knight check, and Tushar is able to solidify himself and get into a perfectly fine position here. And now we have bishop retreat, and now I believe d4, rook over, knight in, bishop back. And this is the current position, or if they had made a move, they might have made a move at this rate. That's it. Yeah, what is that? f6. That's what he played. Tushar is the legend. He can get away with playing f6 and be in this position. But that is some confidence right there. That is some absolute confidence to just take your opponent out of their comfort zone and just say, I am better tactically and more defensively than you. You cannot beat me. And then he slapped the kid, and the kid cried, and then Tushar was ejected from the tournament. Okay, what did he just play? I think he just took the pawn. Did the kid. I'm not sure exactly what Tushar moved in the meantime. Oh, Tushar played king e8. Oh, wow, that's a nice move. Tushar played king e8. That is one of the best moves in the position. And now the kid takes. And wow, for the first time in the game, black is winning. Tushar is in a winning position. Now the question is, what would you take with? Would you take with the knight, or would you take with the bishop or the pawn? My goodness, I can't stop. Why do I keep mixing up pawns? And okay, well, Tushar, he made a move. Do you guys think that was the right decision? He took with the knight. Is that better? Is it better to take with knight or take with the pawn? This is the move. It is, in fact, better to take with the knight. And I think, as somebody just mentioned in chat not too long ago, having the square evacuated for the bishop to develop to c6, this bishop stinks right now. It's terrible. But having this square to move to is fantastic. And yes, the knight, taking with the knight, is much better than the pawn. This pawn is a liability there. Even though it is a passer, it is a liability, and there's no way you're breaking through here. It looks like we have a move. I think we had... What was the move here? Did he just sacrifice the rook? Wait, did the kid just sacrifice the rook? The kid just sacrificed the rook. Did he really just play this? What? Really? Why? He just sacrificed the rook. I don't like this at all from him. I don't know. I mean, it's not that bad, granted, but I don't like that at all. Now Tushar has a material advantage, But I understand the premise. The premise is that the queen is able to gain activity onto the queen side, and in the meantime, while black has basically shielded off any chance of the major pieces from getting back over to the queen side, this queen is going to have free reign on these pawns. So he has f4 after. I feel like f4 is not bad. I feel like it's not that strong. I think just the activity of the queen is likely what he is going for, and what he's banking on how to actually win this game. Wow. Yeah, that's shocking. I wouldn't have thought of doing that. I wouldn't have thought of sacrificing the rook there. Yeah, the kid got tired, but I get it. I mean, Tushar, if nothing else, he has put the kid in the blender. Not actually, so to speak. The kid has very little time. I mean, look at this time advantage by Tushar. He's up, what, 35 minutes or so? 35 minutes on the clock. And the kid, I mean, he has to make some rash decisions. He must have, evaluated that this is good, but oh man, this is tricky now. This is really, really tricky. What is Tushar going to play here? He's thinking, I mean, surely you just defend the pawn, you just play like a6. But I don't know, there's potential infiltration that you have to calculate. I don't think it works because I think the queen just is too far offside. And in the meantime, I think you just need to defend and bring your other pieces into the game, because the queen alone isn't able, but the other pieces are fast enough to get to the queen side, much faster than Tushar is to move his pieces over to the queen side. So I think it's definitely tricky. It's tricky. But you're saying bishop b5? Bishop b5? Why bishop b5? That just blunders a bishop. Oh, how is bishop b5 by Tushar in this position? Wait, what? We're looking at the same thing, right? Bishop b5? That just blunders a bishop. What do you mean? Did you play a6? No, he didn't play a6 yet. No triple exclamation mark. That's a double question mark. Bro is bullying the kid, but this time it's not cyberbullying. That's true. It's real life bullying. I mean, he did play the Bond Cloud. Okay, okay. Tushar plays a6. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what else could you have possibly played there? Okay, so a6 is on the board by Tushar. Yeah, bishop b5 would blunder the bishop in one move. Now bishop b5, there is an argument to be made for it, but I don't think you'd want to allow your opponent to double the pawns. And although the queen cannot immediately, get to b6 and double attack it, I don't like that premise. It doesn't look good to double the pawns here, and I think Tushar currently has a 1-point material advantage, and I think that would immediately forego it. So let's look at what the plans would be. I think Tomas, what he needs to do is he needs to reactivate his pieces. He needs to first probably defend against the checkmating threat, and then he needs to reactivate his pieces, reactivate his knight, reactivate his bishops, and try to apply enough pressure onto the queen side in which he's able to pick up one of these pawns again. Okay, the kid he's making a move. It looks like he was going to play g3, I think. I think he was reaching for the pawn. g3 is the best move according to the engine, and he plays it. g3 is on the board. Okay, so g3 is there. That makes perfect sense. Now, Tushar, I think, needs to move his pieces over to the queen side. I like bishop c6. I think that's a very natural move. I think it's his best move. And then he can move his queen over to the queen side. I like it. I'm liking his position now. It's looking pretty good. It is looking pretty good. Over on Pietro's board, I don't think we have any more activity, so I think we are safe to continue onwards. Pietro is, I think, sinking a lot of his time. I think he's probably lost his time advantage now. All right, Tushar, bishop c6. It's likely his best option. He also has other options. He can try to move his queen if he really wants to. Even king f7 says, Stockfish says that's a good move if he wants to just activate a rook. But again, he needs to bring his pieces to the queen side. That's as simple as it gets. Simple chess, man. Come on. Come on, Tushar, this bishop. There it is, bishop c6. It's on the board. He's played it. Bishop c6 is on the board. Tushar is now officially in a winning position. Let's go, Tushar. Come on, man. Come on. Lock in. Lock in, man. Actually, I'm going to go back to Pietro's board for just a moment here. Oh, wait. Oh, the kid might be making a move. Oh, he did make a move. Okay. What did he play? I think he played bishop. He moved his bishop. He played bishop g2. Okay, that's a solid move. Okay, but the kid's down on time. He's so far down on time. He only has 7 minutes. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Okay, Pietro, there has been a move on Pietro's board. Let me switch over here for the time being. Excuse me one moment. So let's look at Pietro's board. Pietro just played a move. I think he just played... Okay, I think, what happened here? What happened here? He has his queen now on g5. I apologize, I missed what moves were played. It looks like have they exchanged pawns? No. It looks like a4 was played at some point by the opponent. It looks like, oh, I think it was queen c5, a4, and then queen g5. I believe that those are the moves that were played on Pietro's board. That unfortunately says now he's completely losing due to rook d5. Did he blunder this? Did he blunder rook d5 here? Rook d5 just loses the pawn. Oh, I think Pietro might have just blundered. If he loses a second pawn, then it's just game over. He's already down 1. Tushi's FIDE rating is 1946. Did Pietro really just do this? I'm not gonna lie, that would be an extremely disappointing move if he played that. To put it frankly, I don't know why he would have played that move. All right, let's go back to Tushar's board. Tushar is in, again, a winning position after playing the Bon Cloud for the 3rd time in a row. Let's see, what move is he thinking of playing here? Again, you really got to move your pieces over to the queen side. I think reactivate your pieces onto the open files. You know, ideally put your rooks in the C and D files. Try to bring your queen over. He has queen h6 after? Does he? There she is. Anna has played rook d5. That might be it. Rook d5 is on the board. Queen h6. Is that Pietro's idea? I just don't like it. I really don't like it because the queen is so passive if you go queen h6. Yeah, you're attacking this pawn, but what? The king just moves up to g2. And then you have to make, what, 1 and then like 2. You have to waste another move to get your queen back into the game. And in that time, you can... White can bring the queen and then just pick up the pawn, and then these two passers, there's nowhere to stop it. I don't like it. This is really tough. This is really tough for Pietro. I think Pietro might realize that he's dead lost here. Like, look at this eval bar. It's dead lost. Shoot. Oh no, Pietro. What happened, man? What happened, Pietro? That's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate for him. Was queen h6's idea? It really just came down to such a simple, one simple idea. Unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so has Tushar made his move yet? I don't think oh no, Tushar did. What move did Tushar make? I do apologize. It looks like he has made a move, but I fail to see which move he's made. Okay, the kid is reaching for the queen. Oh, I think he played queen f7. Okay, queen f7 was the move that Tushar played, attacking the pawn on h5, and the kid responds with queen d1, defending the pawn. That is a bad move, and actually now it's saying that if Tushar were to just double the rooks on the g file, there is actually enough pressure here where he could win. Where he could win for sure. Okay, I understand what's happening here. Yeah, Tushar's in the driver's seat now. Look at these pieces. Look how passive. Like, you're telling me this was a Bon Cloud? And this is how White's pieces are situated on what, move 27? What move is this? No, move 33. Oh my goodness. The board is only updated to 27, but now it's moved 33. Yeah, this is ridiculous, man. This is absolutely ridiculous. So queen e7, rook d7, queen b4. So he's saying queen e7, rook d7, rook d7, queen b4. Oh, you must not be this move. Oh, okay. Let's look. Okay, sorry, hold on. Let's go back. Pietro's game is looks like we got some more moves on the board here. We have to, let's go back. Okay, here's Pietro's perspective again. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, so he did play queen h6, and then h4 was played on the board. Yeah, again, I really don't like this. This queen is so offsides. There's literally no way to get back in one move. You have to go back to g7 and then reposition back to b2. But in that time, I mean, if you try to play like b6, you can always just get targeted. There's no way for the queen to return in time. There's just absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. I don't know how Pietro's going to untangle here. Oh, looks like the kid played a move. What did he play? Shoot, I missed what move he played. The queen slid over. Wow, this is too much here. There's so much here. Oh, 30-minute increment on move 40? Okay, that's good to know. I did not know that they were playing with that. Okay, Tushar making moves now. Let's switch back over. Unfortunately for Pietro, it's not looking good, man. It's really not looking good. Okay, back over to the other board now. It looks like Tushar did not decide to double. It looks like he played queen c7. And then I think we had, what, queen c2 maybe? And then he, at some point, he played queen b6. I'm not sure where white's queen is now, to be completely honest with you. I think he played queen c2. And then I think we have queen b6. Obviously, the threat of queen c2 is that bishop takes. You couldn't take back with the bishop. You'd have to take back with the pawn because the queen would have been pinned. But this is apparently a bad situation now. Okay, queen. You really played queen b3? Is that really what he just played? Wow, that looks ugly. Is there a trade available now? And you double the pawns? That looks really ugly from the kid. A better move I thought was just like bishop e3. You attack the queen, bring the bishop back into the game. Wow, crazy. I love how you position 4 frames perfectly along with your cam 2. Love the orientation. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I did spend... Oh, that's not the move that was played. Apologies. Thank you. I did spend a little time trying to figure out the best orientation. I hope that the... I have like an overlay that is on the camera of whose ever board is the larger one on screen. So I hope... I really tried to hope that was intuitive. When trying to come up with how to do this. But okay, so I think the kid has played, he's offering a queen trade. Now for Tushar, this is a gift. He should take this immediately. In fact, if the kid were to play bishop e3, according to Stockfish, that would equalize the game. That would undoubtedly equalize the game. Now I understand why it's seemingly not a good move, because it looks like you can just take. But apparently that this is... this equalizes, just because I think white's pieces are more active, and if the rook can get to b3, it's going to be impossible for this queen to actually keep guard of this b7 pawn. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to bring a rook over somehow, but it's just too slow for black's defenses. So I understand why the kid would not do it, but okay, he's done it. Tushar has done it. Tushar has traded queens, and I mean, recapturing is forced, so I don't think he'll waste any time here. Yep, there's recaptures. So now he's induced doubled pawns, has Tushar onto his opponent. Wow, this is tough. So I can't see them clearly. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know the board is quite small. Okay, we have another move on Pietro's board. So let's let me update that briefly. Looks like the move was b6. Wow. So this is really tough for Pietro now. Again, he has blundered significantly here. His queen is incredibly offsides. I can't imagine that there's any way in which he's going to be able to maintain these pawns. She just plays queen d4, attacking this pawn. There's too much pressure on this pawn. I think Pietro is probably going to be pretty close to resigning here. There's no way to hang on. I think Pietro's lost it. But hopefully we can at least get one win today from Tomas. Oh, with Tushar against Tomas. Let's take a look. Okay. So Tushar, has he made a move yet? Well, he is up 32 minutes on the clock. He has all the time in the world to try and win this game. And of course, he has a better position now. Shockingly, very shockingly, after playing a Bond Cloud again for the third consecutive round. I don't understand how he did it, but he did it. Okay, bishop back. What in the world? So bishop back to f1. I missed Tushar's move. What was Tushar's move? It looks like it was 97. 97, looking for an exchange of bishops, and he declines. Does Tomas to go to bishop f1. Okay, and now we have king f7. I like that move. That makes a lot of sense. Trying to activate the rook into the game. Is the kid in time trouble or what? So yes, the kid is in time trouble. I'm sorry if the time is too small here for you to read it on the screen. But on Tushar's board, Tushar has 37 minutes, and the kid has 6.5 minutes left. Although, granted, this board is slightly delayed, so the times might actually be lower than what they currently appear. So I would imagine that the kid is probably closer, maybe to 4 minutes on the clock, while Tushar is likely above half an hour still. So Tushar is definitely in the driver's seat now. He has a better position. He has the time advantage. And again, look at his pieces. How is this knight ever going to get back into the game? This is terrible. This is just terrible. I don't like the kid's move, to be honest with you. I would have, I think, preferred knight f3 to just somehow find a way to get this knight back into the game. But I understand from his perspective, it's a bit desperate. He has to find a way to not trade pieces. So I understand why he moves the bishop away, but realistically speaking, this is bad. Okay, Pietro did make a move. Okay, he played queen g7. Sorry, let me go back here. So he played queen g7. I think she's thinking, I mean, it seems obvious. She's got to take this pawn. Unfortunately, for Pietro, I think both pawns are falling. I think his only real resource that Pietro possibly has in this position is to try and go for some perpetual check, but it's just, I don't know. There's no geometry in which that works. So again, I'm very, what is the term? Is it bearish or bullish? If you're not feeling good about a position, I forget which one would be the correct term, but yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I'm not feeling good about his position, to say the least. Okay, so let's see what happened here. It looks like the kid has played bishop c4, which is a bit of a strange move in my opinion. I feel like that walks straight into b5, but I guess b5 is maybe not the best move because it would allow the a pawn to be too weak on an open file and be backwards. So instead, Tushar just plays bishop d5, again opting for the trade. He knows that he's in a better position. He knows he's up material, and he knows that he can go for trades, because when you have more material on the board, getting trades and simplifying the position makes it easier for you. So he's going to continue to make problems for the kid, make the kid waste more of his time trying to make decisions when he does not have much time left to spare to make those decisions. All right, so the kid, he goes, oh, did I miss something here? Hold on, how did the kid just make that move? I apologize. I think I've missed something here. Oh, I think I missed something severely. The kid just moved the bishop to d6. This is not legal. I've missed something, I fear. Let me retreat. Back one move. Where and how? How did we get to this position? Okay, so g3 was the move that I last saw. What in the world happened here? Bishop c6, bishop g2. Oh dear. I apologize, everybody. The board is not updated, and I cannot tell what happened. It was queen c7, I believe. Oh dear. Oh no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was queen f7, then queen back, then queen c7. Jeez. Apologies, everybody. I'm not sure where we've lost. I've lost the moves. No, the curse of the DGT board. Okay, it was definitely bishop c6, bishop g2, queen f7, queen d1, queen c7. Did I miss a move here? Was it like bishop d2 maybe? I think queen b6, queen takes. I might have to go with this. I think this was the move that I saw. I apologize. I think this is the correct position. Okay. I do apologize. So just so the current position, if you can. Yeah, I'm doing my best here. I'm pretty sure this is the current position. I do apologize if I went a bit quickly there. But I think what happened was I missed a move. Instead of playing a queen c2, I think he played bishop d2, which allowed the bishop to get to b4 and then get to d6. I had incorrectly assumed that he had played queen c2 in this position. So I believe this is the correct position now. I'm fairly certain about it, although I think they just played some more moves. And as you can see, Tushar is now completely winning in this position, I believe. I mean, this pawn's hanging. What do you play? He played rook c8. Okay, rook c8 was actually the best move, so never mind. You don't need to take the pawn immediately. Now the kid is in huge pressure, huge trouble. And these pawns, again, these pawns are so weak. I mean, this is terrible. This is terrible. By the kid, I don't know why he thought to trade queens there and double his pawns. I mean, that's just, structurally speaking, not a good decision, unfortunately, for him. And now he's in a ton of trouble. This is desperate. This is extremely losing for him. And on Pietro's board, again, I have to apologize that the boards are not updating. But it looks like... what happened here? What happened here in Pietro's board? Is Pietro somehow saved this? What happened here? What happened? Wait, something significantly wrong happened on Pietro's board. How is Pietro somehow surviving this? So we know his queen, or rook down, queen here. We had pawn h4. We had, excuse me. Yeah, queen g7. Definitely, no, excuse me, not queen. We had b6, then queen d4, then queen g7. Apologies. I apologize. I'm not sure how we got to Pietro's position, and I cannot figure it out. So bear with me. I think Pietro's still in a losing position, and we'll try to figure out what Tushar played here. Wow, what happened here? What happened here? Did he play? I think he played b4. This is very difficult to tell. I'm doing my best to tell from the live feeds what moves were played. So I apologize if this is a bit of a frustrating viewing experience. Okay, and the rook. Okay, so I believe the rook went to c2. And what happened here? Tushar, I think, is in full control. It looks like there's a bishop. I think he played bishop d3. And I think he played rook d2. And I believe, did he just play bishop f1 again? I believe he played bishop back to f1. So I believe this pawn is hanging. I think this pawn's gonna be hanging afterwards too, ideally. No, Tushar just made a move. Tushar just moved his rook. Rook c8 was the move that he made. So instead of opting to take this pawn now, which he can do basically at any point because the rook can't defend, because this bishop controls the light squares and it can kick out that bishop pretty much at any point. So I think he's opting to, instead of cashing in immediately, to apply more pressure, bring the rooks to the second, which we all know is absolutely deadly. And if he can simplify, if he can trade off one of the rooks, I mean, this is just it. So the kid now, I think he's panicking. I think he's out of ideas here. He's played g4. He's trying to create anything, and I don't know what does this move accomplish. Certainly, you can take knight takes, and it can even bring the rook back to g8 because there's no way to defend the knight. I suppose you can defend with bishop to h3. If I can click correctly, bishop h3. So let's just look at this line. Rook g8, I guess it's bishop h3 there. I don't know. I think you can apply enough pressure though. Bishop f3. How do you defend that knight? I think that's a big mistake. I think he could just be gambiting a pawn and not looking to recapture it, but that can't be correct. That can't be good at all, man. Yeah, the kid's in trouble. The kid's in a lot of trouble. Must feel so weird playing against a 9-year-old. It must be scary. I'd be scared out of my mind playing a 9-year-old. I played against a few young kids in my day. I saw one game, which is crazy. One of the coolest like things that I saw one guy who was born in like 1930. He was born in the 1930s, and he was playing a game against an 8-year-old. I remember seeing that and being like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. All right, but Tushar, like, he does accept, he does take the pawn, as he should. And unfortunately, I think for the kid, he is completely dead lost. He's looking down. He's looking at playing with his lanyard. And he's got to realize now, I think that G4 move was a desperado. His move, or his time, is slowly clicking and slowly going out. Although we have reached move 43. So I believe he has earned a 30-minute boost. But Tushar is still up over 30 minutes on the clock. There's just no way for the kid to come back here. So again, I apologize for watching Pietro. I apologize. I've also been neglecting the Pietro chat a little bit more, just because Pietro's game is a little bit more of a set and dry. He's cooked. So I apologize, Luca Rott. I don't know if you're still here on the stream. You're asking me what my FIDE rating is. My FIDE is 1730 something. But I do apologize for missing that. I've been kind of neglecting the Pietro chat a little bit. Apologies. But thank you, Elisha. Thank you for the love the commentary. Gave some hearts. Thank you. OMG, I'm invested. Let's go. All right, I will be looking more so at the Tushar chat, just because there are more people in that chat at the moment. So who has a boost? I don't know why I said boost, so apologies. I meant you gain the increment. You gain a 30-minute increment after the 40-minute move, or after the 40th move. Okay, we have knight takes G4. I mean, I imagine Rook G8. He's got to see Rook G8. Yeah, of course he sees Rook G8. I mean, it's obvious. I think Rook G8, Bishop H3, and Bishop F3. There's no way to stop it. There's no way to add enough defenders to that pinned knight. I think Tushar is now winning material. That will probably lead to a resignation. He's reaching for the bishop. Bishop H3 is the only move that makes any sense here. But it also, or I guess you have maybe Bishop E2, but I think then you have maybe a rook sacrifice. And you win material. Okay, he does play Bishop E2. You do have a rook sacrifice available. Will he see it? Rook takes, and then you take the knight, and then you're just going to be winning all the pawns. And he does see it. Tushar sacrifices the rook. He sacrifices the rook. He takes back, and now the knight hangs. There's no way to stop it. Tushar lets out his inner Gotham. He sacrifices the rook. And Tushar is in a completely winning position for the third consecutive round in a row. He plays a Bon Cloud and he wins decisively. Unbelievable. This man cannot be stopped. What a legend. Tushar, the man, the myth, the Blood Panda, the legend. And this game, unfortunately for the kid, is over. It's mate in 2 on the board. Will Tushi find it? Mate in 2 is on the board. Will he find it? It's quite simple. Rook H4, king retreats, and then Rook H1 is the final nail in the coffin. Tushar, let's play it, man. Let's wrap up this game. Bro thinks he's Gotham. He does think he's Gotham. He's playing like Gotham today. Come on, Tushar. He's got to see the mate in 2. He's thinking. He's ore farming. Come on, man. Come on, Tushar. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. He is. He found it. Rook H4. Rook H4. If he goes king G3, then there's knight F5 checkmate, defending the rook and attacking the knight. Attacking the king. He does. He plays king G3. Knight F5 is checkmate. Oh no, he took it back. Wait. Oh, I thought he played it. Did he? Oh, he went back. It's checkmate either way. If you step back, the rook comes to H1. If you step forward, the knight comes to F5. It's checkmate. He resigns. The game is over. Tushar has won. He's won. Tushar for the third round in a row has won. It's over. Tushar, 3 out of 3. Wow, unbelievable. What a legend, dude. He plays a bomb cloud and he wins again. Tushar wins. Tushar wins. All right, let's switch now over fully to Pietro's perspective so we can try and figure out what's happening here, but I'll let everyone know. Let me add some text on screen here so that anybody coming onto the stream now will see that Tushar has won. Wow, what a legend. What an unbelievable legend he is. I cannot believe this. Okay, apologies. Let me fix this text here. Tushar wins. Tushar wins. And we'll say 3 out of 3. Let's do it. What a legend. Let me position that somewhere in the middle of the board. That works. What a legend. Absolute legend. All right, apologies for a moment here. Let me make sure this is as good as it possibly could be. It's over, man. It's over. That looks ugly. That looks really ugly. I was trying to think of something that would work. That looks really, really ugly. Apologies. I thought that. Why did I think that would look good? That's horrible. Yuck. Okay, it's just gone now. Why is that gone? I didn't want that. No, let me go back. Let me go back. Oh dear. Okay, Tushar wins. We're just gonna leave it like that. Is there a cash prize at this tourney? I actually don't know. That's a good question. I hope that there is. I hope that there is. Okay, we'll just leave it like that. Okay, let's focus on Pietro now. Pietro is our last man standing. Let's see if he can win. Yeah, what a beautiful mate that would have been. King G3 and then Knight F5. Oh, such a beautiful mate. Such an absolutely beautiful mate right there. Okay, let's switch back over to the lad. Okay, where are we now? So Queen G7 is the last move that was updated on the board. Unfortunately, it's really difficult to tell exactly where we are now. So why is Pietro's game always longer even though Tushar always plays a bomb cloud? I don't know. Tushar, he just has some aura about him, man. He really has some aura. It's palpable. I'm so impressed by him. Like, generally, insane stuff by the lad. Like, just what a legend. All right, Paulie, I'm trying to make this look slightly better. How about this? Let's do this. Let me get rid of that. That looks a little bit better, I think, on the screen. Okay. Oh, look at this position now. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, so this is Pietro. This was, I think, a little while back. This was the position. So she went for Rook D8. I think, what, Pietro, did he take here? I mean, what else could he have possibly played? Did he try to take? Queen takes? Did they exchange? Maybe they exchanged. Did he go for this? Rook takes, and then here. Is this the current position? And then I think they both brought their kings to the center of the board. This could be the current position. Again, it's hard to determine exactly what happened here. He did win with the bomb cloud. Bomb cloud is the way. Hello, aloha, Iowa. Welcome to the stream. Bomb cloud, baby. That's all you need. Just create the current board for Pietro. I apologize, harsh. It is easier said than done. The board is not. I mean, obviously it's visible, but it's really difficult to see exactly where all the pawns are because it's not much of an overhead view. It's more of a lateral view. So I can see that it looks like Pietro has pushed F5 at some point, and I think she's played F3. Oh, man, it's so hard to tell. I really am not sure. Actually, to be completely honest with you, it looks like there's almost a pawn on G5. I think there is a pawn on g5. I think she pushed her pawn to g5. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. But let's see if we can try to recreate it as best as I possibly can. This is my guess. I think this is the position. I think at some point she pushed g5. I'm shocked by this. I mean, Pietro's still losing because this passed pawn is just killer. So I guess she simplified and evaluated that this position is completely winning. I thought that she could have, I don't know, back here, instead of offering the rook trade, have just opted to, I don't know, pick up all these pawns. I guess she was worried about the counterplay of queen a1, which I suppose is reasonable. So she just decided to simplify, and I guess it is completely winning. So fair enough. Yeah, it's not a tournament, it's a Blanc Cloud speedrun. What's up? Appreciate the coverage, buddy. What is my elo? My elo, I'm 2200 on chess.com, and I am 1700 FIDE or so, 1730. After one tournament, mind you. Okay, one tournament is the only one I've played. Okay, so this is the current position. The board just updated. This is where we are now. So let's imagine that this was what was played, or maybe it was what could have been played here? Maybe here, push, g5, push, king here, at some point. What happened here? It looks like Pietro's king is on d6. Yeah, Tushar won. Tushar won again. Another Blanc Cloud. Another Blanc Cloud. Insane. Come Pietro. Why is she even thinking? I don't know why she's even thinking. This seems pretty straightforward. It's literally, I mean, she literally just has a pass pawn. It should be just extremely simple. And again, I'm not entirely sure what the position is. It might be something like this. I think this is my best guess. And I think it's, is it Pietro's move? What she played? She just played, I think, f4. I don't think Pietro has really any option here, but to just try to block with the king. But eventually the king will get in, and there's no way you can stop this pawn and then also defend these pawns. Yeah, this is tough for him. This king will infiltrate. There's no way. It's just Zugzwang. Right, the king can step up, but then you can just keep going to c3 and d3 and keep going there repeatedly. The king cannot constantly defend the c4 square. There's only one viable square for Pietro to defend against the infiltration on c4. So based off that principle, there's no way for the king to possibly restrict the king's advancement forward. So yeah, I believe this is my best guess as to this position. All right, now I will switch back to Tushar's. I'll switch back to Pietro's chat now that Tushar has won. Hello, everybody. All right, so I'm back. What's up, FXD? How you doing, man? Is this classical? This is a classical game. And what's up, CJX Cloner, bro? I was just watching one of your shorts. You actually missed it brilliant. That was better than the one you did. It was the same kind of queen sacrifice, just to move earlier. Are you talking to me? I don't think you're talking about me. Okay, what's happening here? Oops. So let's take a look at the time. Both players are in a similar time position. Low on the clock. They're on move 35. They get a 30-second increment at move 40. So. Seems like it's okay thus far for them. But we'll see if that remains. We'll see. So 5 moves to go, but yeah, they both have at least enough time, I think. And this endgame does not have, I mean, granted, there's complications, but they're not that grand because there are not that many pieces left on the board here. Excuse me. Okay, what we got? Come on, Pietro. Come on, man. Lock in. Okay, he moves the king over. Again, I apologize. I'm not entirely sure what the exact configuration of the pieces is, but to my best estimate, it's something close to this. Now, I'm not sure. I could have sworn that she just had, a Zugzwang. She could just delay on moving back and forth between d3 and c3, and there's no way. Again, the king can only defend the c4 square from d5. So seemingly, there is a Zugzwang in which black would like to pass their turn, but they can't, so they have to step away from the defense of c4. And in that scenario, then the king can infiltrate, pick up the pawns, or push this pawn, right? They can deflect, they can just get to c4, try to get to b5 by using the d5, the d pawn as a deflection, moving the king away from the defense of the b pawn, and then you pick up the pawns and push this 2 on one majority across the board before the king could possibly get over to this side of the board and promote their f pawn. So that's what I think the game plan is for her. It's just get in, force the zugzwang, capture the pawns on the queen side, and promote. I think she's faster than Pietro getting to the king side and trying to get a pawn, the f pawn, down the board. So it's just a matter of who's able to do this first. But I think, I mean, according to the evaluation, Anna is completely in time here. She's much faster, and it's just a matter of relatively, I would say, I don't want to be rude, but I think it's a relatively simple technique in order to get this. I'm not sure. I mean, of course, it's important to be mindful of your opponent's threats, but I feel like this is quite a straightforward win for Anna, and I'm not entirely sure what she's pondering here. Unless I have the board states incorrect, this seems extremely easy to convert. And I think as somebody of her caliber of player and the way that she's played today, I can't imagine that she's not going to find this win. Yeah, Pietro must force repeat moves. Yeah, I mean, that's really his only chance. I think Pietro knows he's lost. But I mean, it's not so clear because of this threat that he can get to, this f pawn and then liberate his f pawn to promote. Like, there is a chance there, and it's somewhat close. But okay, she plays queen to c2. Oh my goodness, queen. King to c2, which again, it's a perfectly fine move because it's basically it's still a zugzwang. Anytime that Pietro steps to d5, that is when she steps to c3, and then Pietro is forced to step backwards, and that's when she can step into c4. So again, it's just anytime that Pietro occupies the only square viable to protect against the c4 king infiltration, that is when she will step into c3 and force him away. There's really not much else, I think. Actually, maybe c3 is maybe slightly inaccurate because maybe Pietro then just beelines it for f4. But if you beeline it for f4 without taking control of this d4 pawn, I think this d4 pawn just runs, and there's no way to stop it. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. Still tricky, I suppose. Perhaps it's not as cut and dry as you might expect, so it's valiant for Anna to be making 100% sure that she's got this in the bag, but I think she's got to know it. I think Pietro's got to know he's dead lost here. But yeah, what's up, Effective Viper? It's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm sad to have seen you stop streaming. Yeah, I am sad to stop streaming. Obviously, I had a lot of fun today thus far. I'd love to do more commentary for games in the future. But yeah, one day hopefully I will continue to stream again, but not right now. Okay, Pietro just delays. He plays king to d6. I think he realizes that yes, if he steps forward to d5, then he has absolutely no chance. And now for Anna, she really just needs to correctly evaluate the winning plan here, which is, yeah, just push the king forward and infiltrate. You don't have to worry about the king getting to the f pawn and promoting, because let's just take a look at how long would this really take in order to do it. Okay, she steps forward to c3, so I think she's got the right plan now. Now, I mean, Pietro, he needs to step to d5, in which case she steps to d3. He's got to step backwards. King steps to c4. He probably has to go to c6, and then you push d5, king back to d6, king finally infiltrates to b5. You take the pawn, you take, and then it's just a mad dash. You take, push, move, push, oh, push. I messed up the arrows. Sorry, I was trying to be Hikaru. I thought I was Hikaru there for a second. Have you been keeping well? I've been doing well. Tushar is trolling in classical. He is trolling in classical. It's actually insane. Sorry, I apologize about messing up the arrows there. What did she make a move? Did she really make a move? Did she play King C3? What did she play? What did she play here? Oh no, it's Pietro's move, right? Okay, yeah. So okay, Pietro plays D5. Okay, let me do my best job to explain this endgame and what's happening here. So, okay, King moves up to D5, right? And she has to play, of course, she plays it immediately. King D3 has to. Now that Pietro is utilizing the only viable square to stop the C4 infiltration, the king is able to get in, and so he just steps backwards. So we have to see how many moves is it going to take, right? She's going to play C4. I think Pietro has to. Yep, there it is. King C4 is on the board. You slide over to C6. Does Pietro? I think there's really only one option because you have to stop the B5 infiltration. But in that time, she deflects with D5. You take that pawn. You trade the pawns. So let's see. You take. Pietro moves here. She moves here. You take this pawn. Push. Move out of the way. Push. 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 When Pietro moves to F2, that's when she promotes. She promotes in time. And I believe that's just a win, right? There's just no way. She's just one square faster. I think that's it. All right, well, we'll see if Pietro decides to... Okay, there it is. Pietro moves. King C6. Again, it's just D5. Got to deflect with D5. That's it. Apparently, there's also other ways to win. You could play B4 as well. B4 is a viable winning option, but I think D5 is just the most straightforward way, and it's the way to decisively win this game. I think Pietro's looking up. He doesn't feel good. There it is. D5 on the board. I wouldn't be shocked if I see a resignation by Pietro here. I think this game is unfortunately over. Disappointing that Pietro loses. And again, we can recap the game in a moment if you want to see exactly what happened and exactly how Pietro got into this worst position. But it ultimately came down to Pietro having a choice to take one of two rooks, and he chose the wrong rook. And that's just about it. That's about as simple as it was. Just one wrong decision. He moves back. Pietro plays C7. King to C7, I believe. And now I believe the king can just make it to B5. And again, you can't stop it, right? If the king stays back, he can't defend against the B6, the king taking the B6 pawn, and against the promotion square of D8 at the same time. Effectively, there's just no way to defend against both. And she moves back. What? Why? What did she just play? Did she just play King C3? What? Okay, King D7. Why is she doing? What is she doing? She never played F4. Did she not play F4? I thought she played F4. I thought F4 was on the board. Your board's wrong. Just go to the broadcasting game. Oh, F3. Okay, well F3's here. Okay, and again, I do apologize. I can't see the board. I'm doing my best to watch their moves as they're playing it because the board is perpetually about 15 minutes delayed. Okay, there's Toshi. He's moving his camera now. I suppose we can remove his perspective for the time being because Tushar has officially won the game. So fair enough, touche. So I do apologize. Okay, we've gone back in time here. I do not know exactly the move order. I could have sworn she's played F4. She's 100% played F4. I know this for a fact. I can see it here. Basically what happened was something of this nature. Apologies that the eval bar just spiked, but it's been something of this nature. She went back. So hard to tell what exactly happened here. It looks like we're in this position. Yeah, the moves play automatically, I think. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what she's really thinking about here. Again, I'm not trying to insult her. I'm just genuinely questioning like what is there to think about here. This is such a straightforward like a simple endgame where you just have a passed pawn. And I mean, what do? There's literally nothing Pietro can do about it. It's just as simple as the king is overextended. The king cannot defend the promotion square of d8 and the pawn on b6 at the same time. The king just needs to make it to b5 and then just go. Like that's it, man. That's literally it. So Pietro's fighting on, and I hope for his sake that Anna's seemingly lack of confidence in this position is able to forces her to make a mistake, and then Pietro's able to capitalize and save this game, whether it be a draw or a win. That would be best case scenario, and that's of course why Pietro should continue to fight on here, even though it's completely losing. So I truly hope that for his sake that he's able to come through here, but I don't know. Could be stressing with a time trouble, I suppose. I mean, both players are low. Both players need to reach move 40, or actually have they reached move 40? It's hard to tell. I think the players might have reached move 40, which would have given them 30 extra minutes. Okay, king d7 is on the board by Pietro. Okay, and again, you just gotta infiltrate. You gotta get to b5. That's just it. That's it. You gotta get to b5. If he moves to c7, then I don't know, deflect him with d6, then take, and then in the time that he takes, you'll be faster. You're just faster. It'll be this pawn here. Boom, boom, boom. By the time Pietro's there, you promote. I think that's just game over, right? Unless I'm misinterpreting something here, I think that's just it. That's just gotta be the plan. Gotta be king b5. Gotta be. And she's gotta be careful. If she keeps messing around, it might get to a situation in which it's a threefold, and she isn't able to make progress because it's a threefold repetition. I don't know. I really don't know here. This is perplexing to me, to say the least. So what's Pietro's and Tushar's score? So Tushar scored 3 out of 3. Maybe I can I'll put this here. 3 of 3. No, not 4 of 4. Apologies. 3 of 3. And currently Pietro is on 1 of 2. Gotta fight to not be 1 out of 3. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Pietro. Lock in. Lock in, dude. Oh, I need him to win. Or at least save this if he can. I know it's dead lost, but she advanced. Did she advance to b5? I think she did. I think she played king b5. So again, Pietro's only real option is king c7, in which case I believe he can be deflected with d6. So again, let me just show this, right? Is there d6 here? Yeah, d6 takes, and then in the time you just have to try to go for it. Let me just show you this entire line, right? She's just faster. She's just faster. And this is the straightforward win. This is what I'm looking at right now. I hope this is making sense. She's just faster. She's just faster by a couple moves. Obviously, it's easier for me to just draw it out, but that's what I see. It's got to be that d6 deflection. I think he's played. Did she play d6? I think she played it. I think she did play d6. I think this is over. That's it. You use the threat of the passed pawn to deflect the king away from the guard of your other weak pawns. I think this is the current position. I think Pietro's lost. And I also think that there's somebody blocking the camera. Okay. Not anymore. Yeah, she's having a tough time calculating the line because he's getting close to promotion if she goes for it. So he just needs to bunker down since he's not giving her time to think the line through. That's true. Pietro had a chance if he took on d5. I think she's got it. I'm almost certain that this is the position currently. Unless I missed something here. Okay, she did take the pawn. She's taking the pawn on b6. Right, and this is winning. Oh, now he takes the pawn. Oh, she didn't play d6 deflecting. Apologies, everybody. It was this. Okay, it was this position. I somehow messed up the move order. It was this position. She takes. Now he takes. And now this becomes very simple. King e4. And now the pawn just rolls down the board. No way to stop it. She's 2 moves faster. Yep, she sees it. Okay, b4. Pietro now can take the f pawn, but he's just too late. He takes the f pawn. I think this one's over. Yep, she pushes. I think she's fully calculated the line now. I'm expecting a resignation from Pietro here. He knows he's dead lost, I think. You can see the moves. You can play it out, but it's over. So Pietro's out. How are you doing? You're not the right Pietro, okay? You're not the right Pietro Escola. You are not the right one. This is the true genius. Pietro Silke Belana, who unfortunately, I believe, has lost this game. Yeah, no way now. I think he's seeing it. I think he's seeing the moves. She's 3 squares away. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squares away. He's 2 moves too late. No way to hang on. Yeah, this is tough. Come on, Pietro, let's go. I believe that if you do something crazy right now, distract her. Like, why she's distracted? She's distracted. Go, Pietro, go. Do it now. She's distracted. She will never see it coming. Come on, let's go, Pietro. Okay. E3. King E3 is on the board. I expect B6. And I do expect an imminent resignation. There's B6 on the board. He pushes F4. But it's too little too late. She pushes B7. He pushes F3. Okay, she is going to promote. I would force her to play until checkmate out of disrespect. It is seeming like he is playing until the end. Okay, he's gonna push. He's gonna push to F2. And now there is a technique here, and there is a chance that she messes it up. Now, I don't think she will, but it can be tricky to try to stop a pawn like this, especially if you can't get behind it like so. So I do not blame Pietro for playing here, and I hope sincerely that he's able to do it. But the issue is that truthfully, what she could probably do is actually just, we'll give checks, right? She could even give this check, take the pawn, and then just promote the next passed pawn. And that's why I think it's just completely losing. And even though he does have time to take these pawns, then this pawn is so much closer that she could if she really wants to simplify, a queen b6 and sacrificing for the pawn is completely viable, and I think still completely winning. So let's just look at this line and what it would be. So right here, and then you just push. Oops, wrong move by me, sorry. And then something like this. And this is like completely winning. This is like so easy to stop, right? Queen a1, and this is obvious. There's just no way. There's no way to stop this. But okay, this is not what she goes for. Instead, she decides to go for queen g3, which is a check and makes sense as well. Yeah, you can just take the pawn. He plays king e2, of course, only move to defend the pawn simultaneously. And now you have to be careful, right? So the best move, I think the most fundamental move, again, you could just take. Taking is completely winning here, which she could do if she so chooses. Or you can play in the more principled way, where if you don't have this outside passed pawn, you would play queen g2, pinning the pawn to the king so that the pawn cannot promote. And then when the pawn moves out of the way, you would likely give a check on e4 and force the king back to f1, in which case, whenever the king is blocking the promotion square of the pawn, and it's forced to in order to defend it, that's when you bring the king. And if she can get that technique down, it's a quite simple technique. It's something that everyone should know for sure, how to stop a pawn in this scenario. But again, I feel like this is making me feel a little bit better myself, because I feel like in this position, I would just be like blitzing these moves out. I'd be like, okay, yeah, queen g2, obviously. Okay, king e1, what, king here. What do you do? King d2. king f3 here, king e3, push, queen the king. Does that make sense? Or just take the pawn. I mean, there's so many ways to win for Anna. Pietro's thinking. I'm not sure exactly how much time he has, but this is the current situation that we're in. All right, everybody. Well, again, thank you all for watching. Appreciate it. It's been a pleasure to commentate for Pietro and for Tushar. And again, if you're watching the stream, just joined. Tushar played a Bond Cloud and he won. He beat the kitty up, and Pietro is in a losing position. He played a Neo Grunfeld and unfortunately made a wrong decision in the middle game, which led into a bad endgame for him where he's down a pawn. And she is going to play again the best clinical move, queen g2. It's clinical. So again, and yeah, king e1 is basically forced. Now the premise again of how to win this endgame, besides just taking the pawn, is she needs to force the king to f1. So I think again the most clinical way would just be queen e4 check. If the king goes to f1, okay, great. You just move the king, and you bring the king all the way closer to pick up that pawn. Otherwise, the best option could be that if he plays more resiliently and plays something like king d2, then you play queen f3. The king is forced back to e1, and now after queen e3, the king is absolutely forced to that square in order to guard it. And then in that time, you have an extra move with the king. Then the king moves again, and then you have to kind of do the same little dance again, something like this. And in that amount of time, again, you can bring the king closer and closer and closer, or you can choose to promote the pawn. And at some right moment, like if he moves again, just sacrifice it and then just push the pawn. And again, this is completely winning. So that's what I'm thinking of here. And I think she's found it. Looks like she's found it. I think she's found the right idea. So let's see. She's played this, and then queen e4. He has played the most resilient way, which is with king d2. But like I just said, now she just needs to play queen f3. He's forced to go back to e1 in order to defend the pawn. Yep, she's played it. She's played queen f3. It is on the board. Now again, his only move, Pietro's only move is king e1. He's played it. King e1 is on the board. Now queen e3. And that's perfect technique from her if she does it just like this. Yep, she's got it. Queen e3. King f1. Only option. Only move. He can't promote. Pietro's just too slow. So what do you mean he played a Bond Cloud and won? Wait, what happened? Who's that? Who was that? Who just gave him more paper? So Bond Cloud, we can go back to Tushar's game afterwards, but I'll keep it on Pietro's for now. Okay. She played king b4, or sorry, excuse me, I missed this move. He played king b4. Okay, he played king g1. This is actually a slight mistake, I think. King g2 would have been the better, more resilient move to keep the game going. Because the pawn in this scenario is still pinned to the king. So I think she can just move the king one square forward. And this would actually just be better. Or she can do that too. Yeah, queen g3. The king is forced back to f1 in order to defend the pawn. And then in that scenario, she can take one more move. So that's basically how this technique works, is that you continually check the king in a way that forces the king in front of the pawn at the pawn's promotion square. Okay, he plays, very funny, he plays king to h1. It is not stalemate. He's trying his best Eric Rosen impression. This is not stalemate because there is the possibility of h6, which in fact is his only move. So he can play on, but yeah, this is over, and I think a very, very easy way for her to do this and make sure not to mess up is something as simple as just queen e2. And now that that pawn, the threat of that promotion is gone, no matter what he does, it's just over. Okay, or she gives a check. What does she give a check? F3? Okay, and she was gonna get another piece of paper out, but Pietro has resigned, and that is it. There is no more stalemate. Pietro has resigned. Unfortunately for Pietro, he has lost the game. So we can do a quick recap as to what happened, but Pietro unfortunately has lost the game. That's funny. She was about to take out another piece of paper to write down more moves, because I mean, what move are we on? We're on move like 60 at this rate. But he just resigns as to show her the courtesy that there's really no point in playing on here. So unfortunate for Pietro. You hate to see it. He fought valiantly, but it wasn't enough. Okay, so GG's. Well played to everybody here. And again, thank you to Pietro, and thank you to Sadistic Tushy for allowing me to play. And we can take a look. Unfortunately, looks like we can take a look at what the board happened and what happened in this game. I'll do a quick recap before we end. Okay, so in this game, Pietro has the black pieces against Anna, and he played a Neo Grunfeld, and it was a pretty simple opening. Nothing of note here. A symmetrical pawn structure. Both players had pretty equal development, and everyone played very well here. Some excitement with E5. And this is where things started to get a little bit spicy. So Rook D8 was a mistake. There were ideas here for Pietro in order to try to exert enough pressure onto the queen side and these pawns here, in which he could have taken. But he ended up losing a pawn in the center here, and he had enough compensation at first. But Bishop C3 was not the best move, and what the real nail in the coffin was this move here, Bishop H3. Unfortunately, instead of taking the rook, he opts to go for this rook. But I think at the end of the day, it really came down to this rook is more active. This is the more important rook. This rook, although it is trapped, it is a worse rook, and there's no real way there's no point in allowing this rook to survive while this rook perishes. There's just no way for that to be a viable strategy, and unfortunately he just ends up in a worse position and just loses, just gets grinded out in this endgame. All right, so yeah, a lot of needlessly long, to be honest with you, but so be it. Yeah, she could have definitely played a little bit better here, but this was the ending position. We can play out the game fully. Oh, it wasn't. It was here. Something like, I believe it was this. Something like this, I believe. Oh, wait, here. This was the full game. And then queen check, and then this was the ending. So this was the end. Okay, there's a full game. We can take a look at Sadistic Tushy's game, but there we have it. Pietro has lost. Okay. And let's take a quick look at Sadistic Tushy's game for anybody out there who missed it. Okay, here is Sadistic Tushy's game, and then I will end stream after this. Okay, Sadistic Tushy, he plays the Bong Cloud with King pawn F6 and King F7. He foregoes his advantage. Oh, actually, let me switch this over so you guys can see this on the full board. There he is. Can get rid of that for the time being. Okay, here he is. Tushar's game. So, unfortunately for him, he plays the wrong. Unfortunately for the opponent, he does not go for the best idea. D5 would have been the right idea in order to really punish the king and try to open up this diagonal at least. But the kid, he messes up. Tushar plays super solidly. He plays super cagey, and unfortunately for the kid, he goes for an attack a little bit too early. I thought it would have been better for him to play moves that would develop pieces so that he could accumulate pressure into an attack instead of trying to immediately capitalize on the opponent's king safety. But that was not the case. He builds up a stonewall structure. He plays super duper solid. He makes a mistake, but again, the kid misses the key move. Knight G5 would have been a killer move that would have exerted a really strong pin on these pieces, and there would have just been just too much too much here for black to handle, and white could have won the game there. But alas, Sadistic Tushy plays a very key h6 to prevent the bishop from coming in, which completely removes it, and then he backs off. And in that time, Sadistic Tushy is able to reconsolidate and force white to make really passive moves. And then he turns his attention over to the queen side, brings over the pieces, forces an inopportune trade, and just like that, the game continues onwards. It doesn't seem like we have all the moves here, which I'm kind of shocked by, but nonetheless, this was how the game went. Bishop here. We had bishop b4, I believe. No, I forget. I forget exactly. The premise is that, I mean, Tushar's winning here. I forget exactly the moves that were played. The DGT board is still not updated, which is kind of ridiculous, but nonetheless, I hope you get the point. He's done it. All right, everybody. Well, thank you all for watching. I think that's it for today. Hopefully the board will update, but Tushar wins from this position. He wins. Look at him go. There it is. Now the 1 has appeared on the screen. All right. So shout out. Tushar wins. Sadistic Tushy loses. Thank you all for watching.